Welcome to this live broadcast from the 𝐃𝐎𝐑 World Cup in mountain bike orienteering round 1 this year, and also European Mountain Bike Orienteering Championship. Yesterday we started up the championship with the sprint distance, and we had the winners from Denmark in Nicolin Splittorff and from Finland in the men's class with Samuel Pökele. The venue is still here in Poland, even though the finish is at an open meadow today and not in the forest. And we are still in Ostrava. My name is Linus Rapp, and I will be taking you through this competition. Ostrava is, as I said yesterday, the northeast part of Poland, and we get to see a bit from the forest, the green lungs. We hear the birds out there. It's a lot of forests, a lot of lakes, and we have actually already started this day's competition with the long distance. You get to see here a bit from the starting list, and we have Camilla Søgaard from Denmark, who actually has been out in the forest already 50 minutes. The veteran from Denmark, who had a big mistake to the first control yesterday at the sprint distance, but we know that she has more than, I think, 8 gold medals from international championships. She also have won the overall World Cup earlier, so it would be interesting to see if she have a better start today. And as I said yesterday, at these competitions it's allowed to make shortcuts, and one who tried that is Elvira Larsson. We see starts 9:46, so she has been out in almost 20 minutes. She said yesterday that it was a bit random. Sometimes it was really good to making shortcuts, and sometimes you came through the forest and you saw there was a tree lying in the way, and you had to jump off your bike and carry it over. So I think the athletes did try a lot of shortcutting yesterday, but it's probably good to see all the way how the forest looks like. And you see here, last starter today, Nicolin Splittorff, starting in more than 1 hour, yesterday's gold medalist. And we have Ruska Sarela, who was tied 5th yesterday, starting 3 minutes ahead of her. Martina Tiszowska from Czech Republic, who actually was really close to Nicolin in the TV control yesterday, but sadly mispunched. And also just 3 minutes ahead of her started Gabriele Andrusinene, yesterday's silver medalist from Lithuania. But as I said, Camilla Søgaard will probably be one to show. And here we have, I think, number 92. That should be Henna Saarinen. Yeah. So we see Camilla Søgaard has been here to the 54th control. Henna Saarinen is there 3 minutes and 13 seconds behind her, and having full control, just turning around and continuing the course. So we get to see there the good Finn. Actually, Henna Saarinen also mispunched yesterday, but looked like she had the pace for top 10 placement. So being in the lead with 3 minutes there for Camilla Søgaard after 34 minutes, I think it's a good start. We will wait and see when the other races come. Silja Yli-Hietanen, who is there at 3rd place, was also, I think, at 11th position tomorrow, 12th position yesterday at the sprint. So it's good athletes that are out there already, and I think Camilla has had a better start today than yesterday. And long distance today, so they have a bit more time to work with. We continue. We will mostly follow the women's class in the beginning, but we see here the men's starting list also, and not one of those best racers yesterday starting so early. I think that probably the first really good starter going away. We're still waiting for that name. You see here, Pierre Martinez from France, 10:53. He was actually the fastest out to the TV control yesterday, and had some issues after that. And then we see Ignaz Ambrasas, 11:11, who was silver medalist yesterday. Bartosz Nibelski, the Polish star, who was 5th position. And in the end, we have Wojtek Ludwig Fabiano Bettega. We see here Samuel Pökele, yesterday's gold medalist, and also Krzysztof Boger, the last started. And as I said yesterday, the Czech men probably a bit disappointed with the results, wanting to do something better today. So, the long distance, the women's course, is today 26.4 kilometers. So as I said, it's a lot of time to work, and they are coming to this meadow 2 times, and of the second time they are having a map change and going out on their last short loop. So they can have refreshments here at the arena after 13 kilometers and 22 kilometers. So when they turn around their map, they only have 4 kilometers left actually. We will get to see how they are at this position. And the plan for the ladies and also for the men is to have around 105 to 115. It looks like an Estonian coming there to the TV control. I think it can be Sander Pritzik perhaps. Then coming into the second position there, 2:45 behind Jose Antonio Villar-Goriz from Spain. And that is the leaders at the moment there. And we already saw Camilla Søgaard ahead of Henna Saarinen there. Camilla has been out in 55 minutes, so she has been doing a bit more than half the course if she is following the predicted time. 105 to 115 minutes is the predicted time for the winners today. And yesterday was 20 to 25 minutes, and we know that they were closer to 25 than 20. But it will be interesting to see how they... and here we get to see actually a bit of the course. And you see that they are turning around, having the same 100 control 2 times. We get to see Camilla Søgaard comparing to Henna Saarinen here, going to the first control. And also Silja Yli-Hiitanen is there, taking the same route choice, and good start from Camilla. It looks like she is just having a bit higher pace directly from the start, and Silja Yli-Hiitanen is losing time directly. There's a longer leg to the second control, and they take the right route choice. Actually, they're split up a bit there, and we will see. You see that Henna is on a bit... we will see when they come out together. I think that Camilla Søgaard gained some seconds there, but quite close. Interesting to see that it didn't was so big different between those 2 choices. Turning around at the fourth control, Camilla and also Henna, they are doing almost the same route choosing here in the beginning, and then trying to stay on quite close to the line, and no shortcutting as we've seen yesterday. Maybe Camilla is on the way. Actually a mistake from Camilla Søgaard there, and Henna Saarinen also stopping up. So we see there that looked like 30-40 seconds for Camilla, so she has done a mistake in the beginning, opening up for the later starters. And you see they're turning around to this longer leg again, looking like they are going the same left, a bit long route choice. But then you see I would say it's micro route choice, but as we saw to the second control, they can go in the right in the same direction, but still make some changes into the control that differ between their route choosing. But here it looks like they are having the same, and it's a really long leg over entire map, going in there, using the big fast road as far as possible. And then you see a different micro route choice, and I think Camilla Søgaard is gaining a lot of time there. You see how slow it is for Henna Saarinen, and we will see if we have Tilda Palm, the Swede, who actually did a really stable race. The youngster, she was 16th yesterday, and was only 3 positions behind Camilla Søgaard, and having lost quite a lot of time here in the beginning. Not certain if she has made the wrong route choice or some mistakes. I think it's one of the Portuguese starters here. Oh, it's a Bulgarian. Could it be Teodora Tabakova? That started 6 minutes ahead of Tilma Palm. Then she is there around 12 minutes behind Camilla Søgaard. And I was reading for the Swedish team, Elvira Larsson, who was the best athlete yesterday with the 4th place, and Gabriela Gustafsson the 2nd best with the 10th position. They were actually a bit surprised, thinking that it would be a more demanding technical course yesterday at the sprint, and being a bit surprised when they got the map, seeing that. And even though also the gold medalist Samuel Pökele, he said that I saw the course directly, understood it will be focused not to do any mistakes and just keep the flow and have my pace really high all the time. Even though they are saying that, there were mistakes to be made. We saw Wojtek Ludwig from Czech Republic losing 1.5 minutes on just route choice out there. So it's important, crucial to choose the right route choices, and we saw there Hanna Saarinen probably losing some time towards Camilla Søgaard, taking a bit more straight line to the control at the end of the 6th really long leg, and a bit smaller path. So we will wait and see. I think here we have Tilda Palm, and we saw Hanna Saarinen clearly just turning around at this control. We will see how she plans this. She is 9 minutes behind and not having the best start. And we see also, I think this is Lithuanian. Could it be Agne Musevaite? Yes, she has already catched up 3 minutes on Tilda Palm, being there 6 minutes behind Camilla Søgaard. Making some small stop there. I'm not certain why she did that. Looking at the map, you see she has not had the foresight looking and choosing the route choice to the next control. Losing seconds there. And also the feeling that you're not in control out there. Probably at this long course, it's more feeling that I'm not in control. That is the hardest part, not losing 10 seconds because you stop and look at the map. Yeah, they have taken another route choice going all the way around to the left on the 6th leg. So the 6th control is the TV control, and you saw they came from that direction, while Camilla Søgaard, we haven't seen her. She was there ahead of the TV, but she came from the right and just biked through, because you have to turn around, and either you can go a bit longer around to this next control, or you can go a bit straight. But we saw Hanna Saarinen losing some time on that small path, so I'm not certain that route choice. Next starter, Siri Rasmus from Finland, to arrive here probably. He has already been 4 minutes, and then we also waiting for the Czech Lucy Nedemlelova, starting number 82. And talking about the starting numbers, they are not following 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's because they are using the same number bibs the entire week here in Poland. So you should not. It can be something to see which runner it is, but you see 92 Hanna Saarinen has already been there, and 82 is coming. So that's how you know. You don't know which starting time they have based on the numbers on their bike. And I think the most interesting probably started 6 minutes behind Lucy Nedemlelova. It's Elvira Larsson, yesterday's 4th position. Here we see the Czech has caught up with the Finn. So Lucy Nedemlelova is their new 2nd best time. A good start for her. She was 15th position yesterday, and having picked up Siri Rasmus from Finland 3 minutes. And you saw they were clear with the route choice, or which direction they should go away to the next control anyway. Here we get to see Camilla Søgaard to the 11th control. You see she's using the wider tracks, going a bit longer, but looks like she's heading out into the arena for the first passage after 13.2 kilometers. And then she has done half of the course. She has been out in 64 minutes. Not certain if it will be longer winning times or if it will be faster second loop. Actually, she does some small mistake missing that path. Yeah, so we have seen 2 mistakes from Camilla, and I'm almost counting it up to a 1 minute. So not a perfect start, even though we have seen that she has a really good pace. Here she comes, Camilla Søgaard, the Danish athlete. She has done a really strong start, even though we have seen some mistakes. She is passing now after 13.2 kilometers, exactly half the race. And here she can pick up some more refreshments if she wants. It just looks like she's pedaling on, continuing through this refreshment zone. And they also have some refreshment zones out in the forest. It's quite good weather actually for the bikers today, and she was very focused, just continuing through this zone, not picking anything up. So we will see how that takes her. And as I said, Elvira Larsson, she has been out in 33 minutes. We know Camilla Søgaard is leading out at the TV control with 34 minutes. And the Swede was quite a bit unexpected by the great result yesterday with the 4th position. But of course, very nice confirmation, she said. Especially that she had more focus on this long distance that we have today. So we will see how the Swede have started. This is Kristina Kosařová from Bulgaria, taking this route choice all the way around, not going in like Camilla Søgaard, doing like Tilde Palm, and Agne Musajevaite, taking the longer route choice, but going on fast roads all the way. And also probably being able to read to the following controls, choosing already how she should go to the 7th, to the 8th control. And that's important also going on these narrow paths on a bike. It's can be a bit tricky and bumpy and much harder to read on the map. So it's very important when they come out on these faster roads, not just to pedal, also to look at the map. What is coming up? What kind of adventure am I going to the next control?
Your bicycle next to the house of the red roof, behind those toilets there. Frida Koskinen, Caroline Laamanen, and then Celeste Leclerc, Zoe Chalon, Oshane, Latvia, Lithuania, Shivkute. Koskinen could be sister of Emil Koskinen, and she was 16th yesterday in front of Laamanen, who finished 17th.
So Kristina Kosařová going there to the left from Bulgaria. She is, as I talked about yesterday, there are not so many mountain bike orienteers that are professionals. They do something by the side, and she is actually an e-bike systems engineer, so she has she's doing something with bikes, her biggest interest also on her work, and probably being able to have some good tips when she works with her own bike then. Here we get to see her, Kristina, or could it be, yeah, it could be some of the Bulgarian guys, I think. I'm not certain. It's also one of the French guys coming here. Here we see her, Kristina 𝐃𝐎 coming there, around 5.5 minutes behind Camilla Søgaard at the moment. And looking at the men's class there, still Jose Antonio Villar-Goris in the lead there, ahead of Sander Pritzik. Here we get to see a replay again of Camilla Søgaard, Lucy Nedemlelova, and also Henna Saarinen there, going out on this long leg to the TV control. And you see Lucy and Henna are quite close, and Elvira Larsson play back there, looking like she is ahead of Camilla Søgaard. And you see Elvira is going all the way around, looking like she was about maybe a minute ahead there. It would be interesting to see when she arrives to this TV control, comparing to Camilla, how the times will stand. It looks like actually Camilla passes her there. So Camilla Søgaard taking the better route choice there, and Elvira is going around to the 7th control also, while Camilla is doing the more shorter and a bit narrower track. And I think actually Elvira is going all the way out there to the map curve, the map side, and going there. And looks like Henna Saarinen and Lucy Nedemlelova is taking the same route choice as Elvira here. So Camilla Søgaard making the better route choice into the 6th control, gaining that minute she might have lost in her previous mistakes. But Elvira Larsson definitely showing good pace out there with a good start, and probably the feeling that it goes well for her. So that route choosing loss, you doesn't feel as an athlete. You just know, I took this route choice and I think it's the best, and trying to stay focused on that. Elvira's GPS have probably stopped there since she has not been coming so much further. And you see, actually, I think it looks like Camilla's route choice is quite fast, but she were ahead of Henna Saarinen 3 minutes, so she should be ahead in the terrain also. So we will wait and see. You know, Camilla were at the refreshment zone of the 13 kilometers in around 64 minutes, and we are waiting Henna Saarinen. She has been out in 58 minutes now, and Silja Yli-Hietanen, who were 5 minutes behind, has been out in 64 minutes. So we are still waiting some more minutes on these athletes. And Camilla Søgaard turning around out from the 7th control, and you see it goes really much faster when it's downhill there, and going in a left loop, trying to stay on the bigger paths, and we'll see if she takes some elevation and comes to the control upside, or yeah, she follows the downside of the elevation there, curve there, and stays at the lake level and goes into the 8th control. And Henna Saarinen looking like she take exactly the same route choice, and I think that the line is 2 minutes behind the athletes, and that should mean that Camilla Søgaard has not gained on that route choice, but I'm not certain. We will wait and see. So here we have this meadow, and we have some of the personnel, the staff from the teams out there helping the athletes, mostly bringing them refreshments and some kind of energy. I think they're both drinking and eating some gel when they are planning to be out in almost 2 hours, and also checking the bike if something happens. We hope that that's no problem for our athletes out there today. Yeah, here we get to see Lucy Nedemlelova. She is almost a bit further than Henna Saarinen, I think, looking at the GPS trail. So still a bit ahead of her. And she has been out into the 7th control, turning around and going away on the same route choice as Camilla Søgaard. I think that looks like a good route choice. We will see if we see someone continuing throughout the 7th control and going somewhere to the south in the beginning, trying to find a good line to follow there. But looking at this, I think it's a good big path all the way. Not too much elevation to take. Yeah, here we get to see how the athletes know which one they should take it from. Then we have Lilu Pai. I'm not certain. Yeah, she's coming here. 98. Was she the first starter? Yeah. So she has been passed out there by Camilla Søgaard. And now she has done 12 kilometers, 13 kilometers, and a bit longer in the reality. And she has been out in 82 minutes. So it will be a long and heavy day for the athletes today. So she was the second starter today, but was passed already by Camilla Søgaard, actually at the TV control, and just continuing losing time. It will be more interesting to see when the Finnish ladies come here, how the gap between Camilla and those athletes are looking. And looking at the men's competition out in the forest, actually we have had the Frenchman Armel Berthaud out there taking the lead with 2.5 minutes ahead of Jose Antonio Villagoris. So a good start from Armel Berthaud, who was 18th yesterday. So he is a good athlete, and we will see how that stands up from when the better ranked athletes start. And it looks like Lucy Nedemlelova is doing, as I said, a small other route choice on the route choice than Camilla Søgaard, going a bit more straight on a slightly smaller path. It will be interesting to see if she is losing time there. I think that it looks like it goes a bit slower at the moment, but as I said, it's a bit shorter, so we will see when she comes to the back to the route choice, comparing to Camilla Søgaard. We have also had the Grzegorz Nowak, the Polish athlete, out at the TV control, 2.5 minutes ahead, behind Armel Berthaud. So just still big lead for Armel Berthaud out there. And then we had Regimantas Kavaliauskas, who was 32nd yesterday, starting quite close. So we will see who arrives here. In the ladies class, looking at the starting list, it's I think we will wait for some of the better athletes a bit later. We have Ana Filipa Silva, the Portuguese athlete, who had a great start yesterday, but I'm not certain if she had technical difficulties or just got tired, because she lost quite a lot of time in the end. So she started 10:11 and has only been out in 20 minutes, so we have a lot of ladies to wait in between. And there it looked like one of the Czech athletes was there. Could it be Romana Kubinova perhaps started 3 minutes behind Elvira Larsson, and looking at her time, then she is 9 minutes behind. Here we got to see one of the Spain, Miren Arina Anduesa. And this is a good start from her. She's 3 minutes behind 𝐶𝐒 𝐅𝐿𝐏𝐄𝐒, and actually continuing through this control the other direction. We have not seen any athlete taking that route choice to the next control. So she is 3:16 behind now, and taking a totally different route choice than everyone else that we have seen here. Probably going around trying to use those bigger path roads out there to the next control. And here we get to see some athletes probably having bike issues out here to the refreshments. The men's course is 33.8 kilometers, and they will have their first arena passage after 19.9 kilometers, and then their second after 26.3. So they have been out a bit longer when they arrive here at the arena for the first time. Here we get to see some spare tires with some drink, and you see Silja Yli-Hietanen probably. So we're looking for that water bottle when she arrives here. Finland woman and Finland men. So they are taking that as fast as possible and hoping that they don't need to look at the spare tires anything.
Coming in this long distance. So maybe some good riders in the finish, and they hope if they are in the second and third place, maybe they will hold the top 6, top 10 could be most likely. And of course, many of favorites and many strong athletes has not started yet, or.
And even though I have said that the course is 26 for the women and 34 for the men, the optimal route, as the organizers has planned when they have made this course and tried it out, is 35 kilometers for the women and 46 for the men. And as we have seen to the 6th control, they go a long way around being able to keep high pace on the bike and working with the watts. So we're still waiting for Silja Yli-Hietanen here. I don't think that the athletes coming here is Silja Yli-Hietanen. Just as yesterday, we also have juniors at the Junior World Mountain Bike Orienteering Championship, and also youth classes at the European Youth Mountain Bike Orienteering Championship. And here we get to see her, Silja Yli-Hietanen, coming to the refreshment zone, the arena passage, and she has been out now in 73 minutes, so I think she is around 8 minutes behind 𝐶𝐒 𝐅𝐿𝐏𝐄𝐒 here. Jana Lucia Alemani from Swiss, jumping off the bike there when she takes the control. Not certain really why, but she was fast. Silja Yli-Hietanen, as I said, is here at 73.51. So we are looking at that. And she were 5 minutes behind at the TV control, and it looks like she has lost some more times, around 3 more minutes to 𝐶𝐒 𝐅𝐿𝐏𝐄𝐒. Will be interesting to see. We should see 6 minutes behind her. Henna Saarinen started, and we get to see Henna Saarinen at the GPS, and also quite close to this arena passage. Looks like she had the same route choosing here as 𝐶𝐒 𝐅𝐿𝐏𝐄𝐒 to the 11th control going in, and probably is quite close now to the 12th control. So we are waiting for Henna Saarinen, and she is, as I said, also having medals in her bag. Henna Saarinen, who actually took the World Mountain Bike Orienteering Championship Sprint bronze last year, and also have been world champion at Sprint 2022 in Falun Lungnat. So she has really high ability, Henna Saarinen. did a missed punch yesterday and is at the TV control, 3 minutes behind Camilla Søgaard. And we have not got Elvira Larsson's time there, but we know it looked like she was around 30 seconds behind Camilla Søgaard there. So Henna has been out now in 69 minutes. And she were at the TV control 2 minutes ahead of Silja Yli-Hietanen. So looks like she is also doing like Camilla Søgaard, missing that path or doing a choice going around, but it's quite much further. I think she's losing time on this route choosing. We will see when the later or more athletes come here, but I think it's too long to do. Even though it's faster to go around on those tracks, you cannot go around how far as possible. So I think she's losing some seconds there, Henna. And as I said, 73.50 for Silja Yli-Hietanen. So looking like she has not been so much faster. Here she comes, Henna Saarinen, and it means she has been out in 70.5 minutes. So she is now 3:15 ahead of Silja Yli-Hietanen and around 5 minutes behind Camilla Søgaard, losing 2 more minutes to Camilla. And stopping here, taking her new bottle she has been drinking. Checking the map holder because okay, so she's throwing one of the maps and then she will have a map change at the last arena passage. Going away there, looking focused, and we know from the TV control she has been 1 minute faster than Silja Yli-Hietanen and lost some more time on Camilla Søgaard. So she's around 5 minutes behind the Dane in the lead. And in the men's class we have had Regimantas Kavaliauskas from Lithuania to the TV control, and he is 3 minutes behind Armel Berthaud. So looking like Armel Berthaud's start is getting better and better comparing to the athletes. Should see, I think Ian Nixon from Great Britain was on his way to pass here. And looking at the starting list in the women's class, behind Miren Arina Anduesa, we had Jana Nilika from Austria. She has been out now in 39 minutes, so she is behind Camilla Søgaard. Anna Kaminska is behind. Mari Linda still has 1 minute, but I think... And then we have Anna Falipa Silva. She has been out now in almost 28 minutes, so still 6 minutes to overtake Camilla Søgaard's lead out in the forest. And here we have Anna Kaminska. The Polish athlete. So she has been out, taking all the way around, looking at this from the athlete's point at the GPS. It looks like a lot of the athletes go around thinking this will be the fastest, but we know Camilla Søgaard caught up a minute on Elvira Larsson. So we know this is the slower, even though a lot of the athletes take this route choice. Anna Kaminska has been out in 37 minutes, so she will be some minutes behind Camilla Søgaard, but a good start, I think. Looking to be quite close to the second, third and fourth. Lucy Nedemlelova, Henna Saarinen and Miren Arina Anduesa. Third, I should say, since Elvira Larsson is also in there, even though we haven't got her time. We have seen at the GPS that she has been at the 6th control. And I think it was really nice for the Polish spectators and organizers to see that they got a really good start from Bartosz Niebielski with the 5th position. Yeah, here we get to see coming here Anna Kamilska around 4 minutes behind Camilla Sörgård at 6th position, having a good start from her, stable and looking that she knows exactly where to go out. And still we have not seen anyone do the same route choice as Miren Adina Anduesa, who continued through that control, going a more left route choice to the 7th control. As I said, Bartosz Niebielski, 5th position yesterday, the home athlete. It will be interesting to see what he can do in the men's class. He's starting in 20 minutes. So we are still waiting and looking at the latest class. The last starter, Nicolin Splittorff, is starting in 30 minutes. But now some really good athletes have started. We have had Marika Hara, who was 7th yesterday and only, I think, 12 seconds from the bronze. She has been out in a bit more than 20 minutes. And here we get to see Lucy Nedemlelova behind Tilde Palm. And could it be Agne Musawaite? I think. So I think this is the live GPS, and she is probably looking like she's catching up on those athletes. Tilda starting 9 minutes ahead of Lucy, and Agne starting 6 minutes ahead of her. So it looks like she is still working well. She's 3rd position at the TV control, 2:45 behind Camilla Sörgård. And she has been out now in almost 64 minutes. And we know Henna Saarinen had 70:45, and they were really close at the TV control. So it will be interesting to see Lucy coming in to the arena in about 6 minutes then, if it goes as planned. And now she will quite soon get to see these athletes ahead of her. You see quite long on these roads, and we'll probably meet them when they turn around from the 10th control, if they do the same route choice as we have seen Camilla Sörgård, Henna Saarinen and Silja Eli-Hietanen, and get the nice feeling, oh, I'm catching up on these athletes starting quite a long time ahead of me. So this is then you get to feel a good feeling even more. And Elvira Larsson, we get to see also, she started 6 minutes behind Lucy Nedemlelova, and looking like she might already have taken the 9th control, and not so far behind Lucy in the terrain. So I think Elvira is going really well out there. The only mistake we have seen has been the route choicing to the 6th control, where she lost her lead over Camilla. So they were quite close at the TV control, looking like Elvira were some seconds behind her there. But as I said, Elvira, 4th yesterday, and her main focus is this long distance. So I think she just... it's a nice feeling going into the championship, not having too much on your shoulders the first distance. Just think, I need to get a result, and getting a much better result than you plan. And actually it looks like Tilde Palm and Agne Musawaite are continuing throughout this control, and also Lucy Nedemlelova is continuing throughout the 10th control and doing the other route choice. And we will see how that stands. Maybe also doing a shortcut there, Agne Musawaite. Yeah, she is shortcutting even to the green area down to the... And I think looking at this, actually I think it will be slower, because it's not so fast coming into the control from that direction. So either they go zigzag over the control line to come back into the control, or they will have to do some kind of shortcutting again and going in on the smaller path that we saw stopped a bit from the road there. So waiting at the TV control again. Tobias Breitschädel from Austria. He is on his way, but he will be behind Armand Berthaud. and he started 3 minutes ahead of Stanimir Belomashev, the world champion in ski orienteering. But Tobias Breitschadel, he will be clearly behind here. Armel Berthaud, but also behind Gregor Novak, Jose Antonio Villar-Goris, and Regimantas Kavilauskas. Actually, Jose Antonio Villar-Goris has been out now in 90 minutes. Here I think we see Tobias coming here, and we see number 1. Maybe it wasn't him. Oh, still waiting. Good start ahead of him. Oh, we are still waiting for Tobias Breitschadel. And looking here, you see Elvira turned around, and you see Agne Musevaite, Luci Nedemlelova has catched up on Tilda Palm also. And they took this zigzag route choice, going fast on the black road. And Elvira Larsson starting 6 minutes behind Luci Nedemlelova. Luci, who has been out now, we should see what time says for her, in 68.5 minutes. And just as I said several times yesterday, the GPS is a bit behind, so she is further in the terrain, even though she is not at the arena passage yet, but she's closer to the arena passage than we see at this GPS. And looking at Elvira Larsson pace there, it seems to go really fast for her, and she has been out now, Elvira, 63 minutes, and we think, I'm not certain, that Camilla Sögaard had around 65 minutes here at the arena passage. So I think Elvira will be some time behind her, but still definitely the new second best time coming in to the arena passage. So I'm not certain, and I say that, but I think she's looking at the second position at this arena passage after half of the course. Definitely in the race, and we have seen Camilla's pace has been really good, comparing to really good bikers like Luci Nedemlelova, Henna Saarinen, and Elvira Larsson. So I think this is good times that is being set by these athletes. And looking like this, I think that Elvira Larsson got a bit closer by doing that route choice, turning around, and we saw Agne Musevaite did a shortcut out from the 10th control down to the path in the left side, and it doesn't look like she gained any time. There we see number 6, it should be 82, yeah, Luci Nedemlelova coming here, and then she has been out now in 70 to 70.5, so around the same time as Henna Saarinen. So they are going neck to neck here, and she's probably then around 5 minutes behind Camilla Sögaard. And we are then waiting for the Swedish athlete Elvira Larsson, start number 114, and not Tilda Palm 115. So we are just she will probably be the second athlete that we get to see, and we see Luci have passed Tilda Palm and Agne Musevaite, and it didn't look like they had her back, so she's probably going a bit faster on these paths out there. We should see if it's 115 or 114 coming. We know that Elvira Larsson, she has been out in 65 minutes, and we think that that was the time around Camilla Sögaard had. Yeah, this is 114. It's Elvira Larsson being focused, and I think this is quite close comparing to Camilla Sögaard having 65.5 minutes passing there. And we know that I don't have the seconds on Camilla, but she was there at 65 minutes. So it's between those two at the lead right at the moment, and she is probably going to catch Luci from Czech Republic quite soon, and getting another good feeling out there. Elvira just continuing throughout this arena passage, and into the forest and continuing this course. Having done half the course, and these athletes have been out in more than 1 hour. And looking at the course length, it should be that they have done half of the race when they are passing here. Here we get to see one of the Estonian riders also coming into the arena passage. Could be Mikkel Järve, perhaps. I'm not certain. See him from the backside only. But he has been out then. So, very interesting to see Camilla Søgaard, Elvira Larsson. Here we get to see comparison. Actually, Elvira is some seconds ahead here. And then doing a mistake there. No, she did a mistake and Camilla got some seconds on her. Perhaps around 30 seconds between those athletes. So then I think... Yeah, and we saw a mistake from Camilla there. Actually, Elvira did some shortcutting. Gaining seconds. It's not many seconds between those two athletes. Camilla looked like she's maybe stopped getting a new water bottle, and then Elvira passed again. So this is the leading two girls at the moment after half the race. Elvira Larsson, Sweden, Camilla Søgaard, Denmark, having around 65.5 minutes here. And I think they shouted that to Elvira, the leaders from Sweden. That is, of course, one of the benefits of going later in the starting list, and we know that the starting list is banked on their previous results. And as I said yesterday, Camilla Søgaard, she has really good previous results, but missed some competitions last year, and therefore she doesn't have enough competitions to get enough points, and that's why she's starting earlier than she would have if I would just look at the names and base her on how good she is. And also that's the same for Elvira, having two little competitions, but these are two great athletes going neck to neck to the out on the second loop. It looks like Elvira is a bit faster, but we have seen some small mistakes from both the athletes. So we are just excited to follow this continuing. And Camilla has been out now in 101 minutes. And we know she has the arena passage and map change after 22 kilometers. And as I have said earlier, I think, of course, we will have really strong racers in the end. But looking at the times that Camilla and Elvira will set, it will probably be longer than 115 minutes. There we get to see one of the Estonian athletes turning around at the TV control. And I think that was also one of the Frenchmen. Marika Hara, yesterday's 7th position girl from Finland, is the next starter that we are waiting for here. Number 89, blue and white Finnish rider. Looking at who could have been out there. I think that could have been Valdemar Joly. 35 minutes, then he is around 2.5 minutes behind his teammate Armel Berthaud. And he had catched up on Marek Karm. So they are still in the lead out there, Armel Berthaud and Marika Hara. And as I said, we know Elvira Larsson is missing. Can it be Marika Hara coming here? Yes, it's the Finnish athlete. It's starting number 89. She was 7th at the sprint, and she is definitely in the fight here. Going in at exactly the same time as Camilla Søgaard at the TV control. And she is, of course, also a great athlete, Marika Hara, who took the bronze 2022 at the sprint at the World Championship in Falun, Sweden, and also having 4th place from the mass start race last year's World Championship. So I think she wants to get up on the podium again, and she turned around, and we know that getting to see Marika Hara coming from that direction, she have taken the same route choice into the control as Elvira Larsson, and probably losing some seconds towards Camilla Søgaard. We should see, getting to see this meadow, the Polish meadow out here in the forest. Again, waiting for some athletes. Could it be Camilla Søgaard? 1:44 she has been out in the terrain.
Youth woman, because we met there are several on the course.
Maybe she's already coming towards the finish. Then the second loop has been quite much faster. We see there, I think Camilla was there. Number 85, I think she was just behind the Polish athlete there. At least that was a Danish biker. Well, they are so fast, it's quite hard to see them. We get to see some of the Swiss athletes. Yeah, here we get to see Camilla, 85, going in there to the finish. 1:44.51. Alright, then I take it back. I don't... they will have a much shorter second loop. Looking at the map. Just... how was it out there? Camilla Sørgaard taking the lead, 1:44.50, and we know she is neck to neck with Elvira Larsson at the arena passage after 65 minutes. So it will be around 35 minutes of waiting now comparing to Elvira Larsson. And still we doesn't have her teammate Nicolin Splittorff, yesterday's gold medalist, out in the terrain. So she will have to wait and just see. Hopefully enjoying this wait a bit. So she started as number 4 and she was first in the terrain quite early. We have seen some small mistakes from her. You see she has a double SI card on her right arm and hand. But it... just wondering, did I do anything out there? She knows she has been turning around some parts. We have seen 2 small mistakes from her, but nothing big. And those 40 seconds, here we get to see, can it be Marika Hara comparing to Camilla Sørgaard and Elvira Larsson? Looks like Marika were ahead there. Yeah, as you see, and you saw Elvira Larsson taking another route choice out from that control. So here Marika Hara was clearly ahead of Camilla Sørgaard. And we know she also went in there, but maybe she did the same as Henna Saarinen. We should see if she goes into the left to the smaller path. Yes. Oh, she lost. Looks like maybe 1.5 minutes out there on that route choice. So we know there can be faster athletes out there. And Marika Hara were there at exactly the same time as Camilla Sørgaard, losing crucial seconds out there. And then she turns around, goes the same route choice as Elvira Larsson. Not actually the same. Going in there. Elvira's going a bit more round. And this is a live GPS where Marika Hara is at the moment. So they are very close at the TV control. And also Elvira Larsson just some seconds behind there. So this is the first one that can really do something about Camilla and Elvira. Marika Hara from the later starters. 7th yesterday, but just 12 seconds from the bronze medal. So probably looking for something better that direction. So we will see. It looks like Marika Hara's route choice is good. I think it felt like Camilla lost some time on that route choicing, but we will wait and see. Goes a bit slow there at this part, and then it's faster down to the intersection, and then it's a bit slower again up to the control. But it's today they are taking on 400 meters of elevation around that, so it's not really hilly. There are, you get to see, it's definitely contours on the map, but not really big. And looking at this, I think Marika Hara is definitely taking the better route choice than Camilla this control. And starting behind Marika Hara, we had 10th position Gabriela Gustafsson, starting 9 minutes behind. 𝐅𝐄𝐃𝐄𝐒, she was also top 10 yesterday, starting 9 minutes behind her. So there will probably be some waiting for the next really good racers. And in the men's class, Pierre Martinez have been out in 9 minutes, so it's a long way until he comes to the TV control.
So if she earned a medal individual today and tomorrow, she could move
And Marika Hara rounding that semi-open area with some fence, and we'll probably do a shortcut into the control. You see how close those two paths are instead of going around. But we know Marika were just some seconds before Camilla at the 6th control, and actually it's interesting to see this because it's quite a different route choices, and we know the Spanish Miren Arina Anduesa, she continued around all the way almost to the 16th control and going from that direction, but we have not seen her yet, and she has been out in 68 minutes, so I think she has lost some time. It's close between these athletes, but it's definitely closer to the control for Marika Hara. Not certain if doesn't look like it's so much uphill or downhill for Camilla. A bit uphill to the control for Marika, and being able, as I said yesterday, they are able to do shortcuts out there, just not on cultivated land. It looks like Marika is doing a shortcut there from the path into the 7th control, and she has gained some more seconds down to Camilla. But it's still very close. We're talking 10-15 seconds just so, and still they have been out here 40 minutes, or Marika, who's live here, has been out 40 minutes, so she has around 1 hour more to work with. Turning around there and having the fallen tree on the path. Actually, they look side to side, these two athletes also. So then we know, actually, it's not so big difference between these two route choices. Maybe slightly better to go around like Marika Hara. And also, as I said earlier, perhaps being able to read more of the coming legs going around on the bigger gravel road. But otherwise, it's not so big difference. It depends on what your strength is. Maybe you're really good at those smaller technical paths, and then you want to use that strength, or maybe you're really good at just putting down the watts on more of a road, and then you want to use that strength. But they are going out on this 8th leg, also a long leg, as we have seen. They are both going this left direction on the leg. And we saw Luci Nedemlelova actually taking in after a while, a bit shorter than Camilla. I think she lost some seconds there, but not so big different between those micro route choice. So Marika is out there in the lead at the moment.
Ja, Gustafsson.
And here we have Gabriella Gustafsson coming to this control. The Swedish athlete who have been out there. Now it was Karin Gustafsson. So it's another Gustafsson. Karin Gustafsson, not Gabriella. Karin started 6 minutes ahead of Gabriella. And I think 7 minutes behind there. It's not the start she wanted. This is a Czech athlete. Could it be 170? It could be one of the juniors coming there. So Karin Gustafsson 7 minutes behind the leader Marika Hara out there. And we saw some of the Latvian riders. It could be Andris Sarksna, I think, coming there to that control. And we get to compare again Marika Hara, Camilla Søgaard. Just look at that. They have no idea of each other, but they are very close when we get to compare. I think Gabriela Gustafsson, yeah, she is just 2 minutes behind there, so it's a good start from Gabriela, taking the correct route choice into the 6th control. So new 4th best time there, because Elvira Larsson is also between those. 2 minutes behind Marika Hara. That's a good start from Gabriela, who was 10th at the sprint yesterday, and looking in full control over her choosing for the next control to come. So now we have passed 11 o'clock, 11:07. So we have just 2 starters left, Ruska Sarela and Nicolin Splittorff. And when we are coming to the last starters, we have Constance Devier, who took the bronze yesterday, Ursina Jagi, who was 5th, Gabriele Andrusinene, who took the silver, Martina Tishovska, who was definitely in the gold fight, sadly mispunched in the end, Cecilie Kristoffersen, Ruska Sarela, and Nicolin Splittorff. So there might be some athletes who want to take those times down a bit. Here we get to see the Finnish athlete. I think that's the French athlete in the men's class, Paul Debray. Actually, new 2nd best time there. So double French men in the men's class. Armel Berthaud still ahead, but Paul Debray is the new 2nd best time and standing a bit to get up the pace as fast as possible there. 53 seconds behind, and at the 3rd place there, the Austrian Jari Koffler, who is then 2 minutes behind Armel Berthaud. So 10:53, yesterday's bronze medalist started, so she has been just out in 15 minutes. Next really interesting starter coming to this TV control in the women's class. Could be Algirda Michkovene, and then we have Ingrid Stengard, Valerie Kamererova, Antonia Haga, and then they are coming, the big pack of strong wolves.
I think I could say that a lot of work put in the winter, so good.
What was your goal before the championship? Was a 5th place in sprint a good result for you?
And Miren Arina Anduesa, the Spanish lady who was 5th, she looked like she has lost some time, and here we get to see actually that's Algirda Michkovene coming towards the 6th control, and she is definitely ahead of Camilla Sögaard and Elvira Larsson. And we know Marika Hara lost a lot of time going in left on the smaller path there, so we should see how the Lithuanian enters this control. But looking that she had a really good start, Algirda Michkovene. Here we are waiting for Lafan Meyers. She started 3 minutes ahead of Algirda. And we also saw the Estonian there. So we are still waiting. As I said, Miren Arina Anduesa to the arena passage. She is probably losing some time. Henna Saarinen has been out now in 102 minutes. We know she was 5 minutes behind Camilla Sögaard, so she's probably entering the finish in around 7-10 minutes. Silja Hiitanen has been out in 108 minutes, so not so far to the finish line for her. I'm waiting for Laurent Meyers from France. She will be behind, but we saw Algirda Michkovene at the top position entering this 6th control. Just interesting to see which direction she comes from, because if you come from this direction, she will not have a good lead, a big lead. If she comes from the other direction, the lead will definitely be bigger. There we saw Rosalie Kucharova from Czech Republic. Then she was 2:38 after Marika Hara there, so she is now at new 5th best time there. Oh, we are waiting.
So you finished and you are happy and expected this 1st place today. And tomorrow you are not so tired after today's long distance. You have like of course 40 minutes to just pass, but you are.
We are turning around the camera here. Could it be I think it is the Lithuanian. No, it's the French. Laurent Meyers, but taking the wrong other direction there. And that was also a French guy. Not certain who it. I don't think it was Pierre Martinez there already. Look at his time at the moment. Oh, he has only been out in 19 minutes, so he should not be there yet. And sadly, Tilda Pan, the youngster from Sweden, has stepped off the course. I think here is 97, Lauren Myers. She is now at the new fourth best time there, 1:51 between after Marika Hara, Camilla Sögaard and Elvira Larsson. And we know that we saw the Lithuanian 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐄𝐒 having a great lead, and then she has probably taking the same route choice. Yep, the same as Marika Hara, and inviting Camilla Sögaard and Elvira Larsson in the fight again, because she is losing, just like Marika Hara. She would probably be some seconds ahead of Marika Hara, but we saw the difference from the GPS trail down to Camilla Sögaard earlier, and it's gonna be much closer when they arrive to the 6th control. To see if she can do something small different than Marika into the control, but losing time on this smaller path that's a bit slower. Yeah, I think she will be arriving here. And number 101, 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐄𝐒. Actually looking like she is behind Marika, so losing clearly time on that route choice. Looking for the Lithuanian. Yep, she is coming here. Oh, that's the French. It's quite close. Here I think it's, yeah. It's the Lithuanian, 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐄𝐒. She is now, then I would say, at the new 4th best time. 4 athletes in 30 seconds. Marika Hara, Camilla Sögaard, Elvira Larsson, and 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐄𝐒. And for her sake, 𝐅𝐑𝐃, I think it's nice not knowing that you just lost the lead you could have had with more than a minute at that control. And we see Ingrid Stengaard is definitely ahead and making the better route choice. The routine, Ingrid Stengaard, 48 years old. She is taking the right route choice here, and she is ahead of Camilla Sögaard. So she will be looking like a lead, maybe a minute there. Ingrid Stengaard, she did not have the race yesterday. She wanted, we saw at the TV control, she was almost 7 minutes behind, having a big mistake out there. But she has routine. She knows what to think of and not to think of. So it looks like she just put that behind her. She maybe remembers her medals at the European Champs 2013, 11 years ago, and just thinks, oh, I can do that again. Of course, she has done a good job after that, but at the European Champs, she took 2 medals 2013, so it's new chance for her. And here we get to see, I think this is, yes, Ingrid Stengaard taking the lead with 1 minute, and as I said, it differs 1 minute into the control there. Ingrid Stengaard from Finland. Now we have double up from the Finland in the lead. Ingrid Stengaard 1 minute ahead of Marika Hara. And then it's 1:10 down to Camilla Sögaard. We have Elvira Larsson there. And 𝐅𝐑𝐃𝐄𝐒 1.5 minutes behind. Could this be some of Silja Ilihitanen coming into the finish? Looking at... Yeah, she has been out in 10 minutes more than Camilla Sögaard. So losing time all the way there. Entering the finish. And I think Lea Nilika is not correct time there. She has probably just stepped off the bike and not taken hold of the course. 9:57 behind, and we know 𝐃𝐿𝐼 𝐏𝐿𝐼, she were chased by her teammate Henna Saarinen, who were just 3 minutes behind her in the terrain and 3 minutes ahead in the time. So we will see how Henna's ending will be. 𝐃𝐿𝐼 𝐏𝐿𝐼, stable race, taking everything out there in form of energy. And these athletes, they have been out in almost 2 hours. They did a really tough sprint yesterday. And now it's just, I think, get away from the sun, get some new energy because it's a new race tomorrow. So it's really hard to just try to focus directly on the next race coming into the finish. But 9:57, and I think looking at the time, she were around 8 minutes behind after the arena passage, so losing 2 more minutes at the last loop. So I think it's a good, not certain how good Camilla Sögaard's ending will be. We would just wait and see for the probably the first really big challenger, Elvira Larsson, who has been out in the forest now for 92 minutes, so still 12 minutes to take the lead.
Oliver Friis 2 minuter och sen kommer Schneider efter det.
So we are waiting out here for the next starters. After Ingrid Tengård and Valerie Kemerirova started, then Antonia Haga, then Celine Vellereite, and then Constance Devier, yesterday's bronze medalist. She has been out now in around 25 minutes. Could it be Henna Saarinen coming towards the finish line? We are waiting for Henna Saarinen, I think. She has now been out. Yeah, you see, 6:25. And we know she was 3 minutes ahead of 𝐃𝐿𝐼 𝐏𝐿𝐼 at the arena passage. So maybe it's Silja who has done a good second loop, not losing any more time on Henna. And we will wait to see if she also catch some time on her on this late part of the course. Yeah, she has definitely lost some time. Here she comes, Henna Saarinen. So she has she were 5 minutes behind Camilla Sögaard at the arena passage, losing some seconds more to 𝐃𝐿𝐼 𝐏𝐿𝐼, but coming in as a new second best time here, Henna Saarinen, 7.5 minutes behind the leader Camilla Sögaard. Punching in there, yeah, 7:28. We have also had Lilou Pailly, the French athlete, into the finish around 24 minutes behind the leader. She's definitely tired from the race. Breathing heavily coming into the finish. As you should be after a long distance at the European Championships. So, no, I don't think that will be a medal race for Henna. We'll see. I think we have a new third best time here, the Danish, Oliver Friis. We have Danish in the women's leading in the finish, and here we have Oliver Friis coming into the new third best time. Then he is 1.5 minutes behind Armel Berthaud. And behind him we have Florine Schneider from Switzerland, and then Pierre Martinez from France, who we know were really fast in the beginning yesterday. So interesting starters coming in the men's class also to the TV control. And Elvira Larsson has been out in 96 minutes, so she has 8 minutes to do something to Camilla Sögaard's lead. We are in the forest, enjoying the birds. Could it be that we have Florian Schneider, the Swiss, coming from this direction? Yes, I think it is him. Yeah, and that is a better time than Oliver Friis. I'm not certain exactly. And here we get to see the ladies again. Wellenreiter is behind Elvira Larsson, so she will not take the new lead out there. Looking Florian Schneider, 32.48. I think he is really close to Armel Berthaud there. Just some seconds in between. So new second best time there for Florian Schneider, the Swiss. Just some seconds behind Armel Berthaud. And here we get to see, Ingrid Stengaard having the lead. And just a minute, we know, at the 6th control. Celine Wellenreiter on her way, and then we have the starters in the really high pace runners yesterday. Bronze medalist Constance Devier from France, Ursina Jägi, who was 5th, Gabriele Andrusinene, the Lithuanian superstar who took the silver yesterday, and she has a medal cabinet at home full of medals. So we will just wait and see for these strong athletes who will be coming on their way. Antonia Haga looks like she is behind. She will be around 2 minutes behind Ingrid Stengaard, I think. So having lost some time in the early part of this race. Yeah, almost 3 minutes behind actually if she's with Laurent Meyer.
Hon kommer nu.
Yeah, she is coming here. Antonia Haga, 2.5 minutes behind the leader Ingrid Stengaard. Having strong, good legs, standing, pushing there, but having lost some time in the beginning of this race. And I think it was... Yeah, so she's new 6th best time out there. And the one we are waiting for in the men's class is Pierre Martinez. He has only 1 minute to take the lead from Florian Schneider, who was actually 5 seconds ahead of Armel Berthaud out there. And it looks like you see there Ingrid Stengaard, Marika Hara, and Agne Algirda Michkovene was actually really close. And it looks like Constance Devier, yesterday's bronze medalist, she is definitely in good pace, just some seconds between her and Ingrid Stengaard and Marika Hara Michkovene. So it depends on how she goes into the 6th control, if she will actually be really close to the leading time there. So as I said, now they are starting to come. And I think Constance Devier, yesterday's bronze medalist, was really happy with that start of this championship. And I think, does it look like she is? Oh, it's interesting which entering the control point here. I think she's staying on the bigger path like Ingrid Stengaard and doing the correct route choice there. So I think we're looking at the new 2nd best time quite soon to the TV control. Yes, number 96, Constance Devier. And we get to see at the finish again. Should see. I think it's too early for Elvira Larsson. She has been in 100 minutes. Then she has done a really good last loop. She has 4 minutes to beat the leader Camilla Sögaard at this long distance. So quite soon, the blue with some yellow ribbon on her arms, Elvira Larsson. At least for the Swedish fans, hoping they will see that very soon.
And first choice
Here we get the comparison. Yes, she is definitely ahead of Camilla Søgaard. Elvira Larsson has ended this race good, just having some control points left. Should see Camilla is around 1 minute behind maybe. So she should, if she does everything correctly, we are waiting on a new leader in the women's class. And we have also had Pierre Martinez. He's actually 40 seconds behind Florin Schneider at the TV control in the men's class. We see here Elvira Larsson, the Swede. She was 4th yesterday, and she said she was longing for the long distance, thinking that was a good route choice from her. We should see. I think the time between her and Camilla is more than 1 minute now. They were neck to neck at the arena passage, just passing each other. We have seen some small route choosing mistakes and also some small mistakes from Elvira Larsson, but this is a good race. At the TV control at the moment, she is behind Ingrid Stengaard around 1.5 minutes, but has had power all the way. And we are waiting for the Swedish athlete, number 114. Yeah, she has just arrived to the finish, taking the lead ahead of Camilla Søgaard. We should wait in for those seconds, but I think it could be more than 2 minutes actually, just leaving Camilla Søgaard back in the dust in the end of this competition, having good legs all the way. Reading out, checking her watch. How many percent did I get on the watch today? Hopefully it says you have trained 100%, so you don't have to train anymore today, Elvira. And just start to wait and see how this goes. Elvira Larsson, 4th yesterday. Could it be better today? We are still waiting for a lot of good athletes to come to the TV control. But you cannot be better than taking the lead ahead of 8 times gold medalist at international competitions, Camilla Søgaard from Denmark. And a little laughter from her there also, so I think she is pleased with that. Yeah, 102.03, she takes the lead then with 2:40 ahead of Camilla Søgaard, leaving 2:40 on the last 40 minutes between those two athletes. She has done a really good race, and I think it's Mia Eron there, checking the race with her, talking how it has been in the forest. 2:40, that's a big lead for Swedish Elvira Larsson. Constance Devier has been at the TV control when we took Elvira to the finish. She is just 12 seconds behind Ingrid Stengaard at the new second best time there. And then we know she's more than a minute ahead of leader at the finish, Elvira Larsson. So Constance Devier going on the fumes from yesterday's bronze. Perhaps having some cake after that medal in the French team. And we know 𝐄𝐒 started behind her. Then we had Gabriele Andrusinene, who is a really, really great long distance athlete. She actually won the European Championships 2022, and she was 3rd at the long distance at World Championships last year. So she likes this long distance. So we're waiting 𝐿 the Swiss. She has starting number 116, and the red and white dress is so familiar with the Swiss. And it looks like she's coming from the right direction. If we're looking at which direction the camera is pointing, she will be some seconds behind. At least the time is out for Ingrid Stengaard and Constance Devier. Could it be here? I think it's the red and white. Yeah, 𝐿 coming here. She is 40 seconds behind at the new 3rd best time there. She has taken this long leg to the 6th control with the perfect route choice. And she is in it to win it, giving herself the opportunity now after 1/3 of the race, about, I would say. Being just really close to the leaders, Ingrid Stengaard from Finland, and then Constance Devier from French team. And the next rider we are gonna wait on out there is Gabriele Andrusinene. We're also waiting for a Swiss guy, Noah Rieder. He was actually 7th yesterday, and he is behind. And just 3 minutes behind him, the Polish athlete Bartosz Niberski was 5th at the sprint started. So now the really good men are starting to arrive out here also. So we are focusing, probably he should arrive to this control before Gabriele. Yeah, I think he's coming here. Yes, Noah Rieder from Switzerland. He will be around 1.5 minutes behind at 5th position. And turning around there, punching the control. You hear the sounds, the beeps. That is what the bikers are listening for. And has passed by some Bulgarian athlete. And then he has probably also passed the Czech, Jakub Škoda. I've not seen him there. Maybe he has been there and I have missed it. Certain. But Gabriele Andrusinene, the clock is ticking. Where are you? We see some Danish athletes. Gabriele has been out in 32 minutes. She should be there right about now if she wants to take the lead from Ingrid Stengaard. And looking at the direction of the camera, she has not taken the best route choice to this control. So we are waiting for her. And in the finish it will be quite smooth sailing from the really good times for a while. Here we get to see, oh, the Czech, Martina Tiszowska, actually is, we get to see her earlier, and it looks like she is quite a bit ahead of Elvira Larsson. It would be interesting to see. Martina started 3 minutes behind Gabriele Andrusinene, so she is definitely ahead of her. Not certain in the terrain, but in the times. So it can be a new leader coming from the left direction, and then we know she's losing some time going on that route choice. So she has probably had a really good start, Martina Tiszowska. The only thing is, you don't want to do to give Nicolene Splittorff any opportunity to leave you behind on a better route choice, because she is such a strong athlete. So the Danish superstar who won yesterday, and she also won the World Championship and the European Championship mass start last year, looking for another gold medal. So Martina Tiszowska, Czech Republic, having a better start than Gabriele Andrusinene. Probably a bit disappointed from yesterday's missed punch. I want to show everyone how good she is. And actually Martina won the mass start last year. Mass start is kind of in between middle distance and long distance. So she is also reigning world champion, but at the mass start distance. She has been out now 31.50. And the leader Ingrid Stengaard has 32.50 at the 6th control. So it will probably be quite close in between those athletes. Then we have Cecilie Kristoffersen, Ruska Saarela, and Nicolene Splittorff, who are the last athletes to pass out there. We're waiting. Could it be Bartosz Niberski here? Not certain. We are looking for, I think, the blue and white Czech here, Martina Tiszowska, number 83. And she is taking the lead just some seconds ahead of Ingrid Stengaard. And making a small stop there, 6 seconds ahead of Ingrid Stengaard, taking the lead. A new leader at the TV control. And then we know we only have a few starters behind her, 3 starters behind her. Gabriele Andrusinene have had some difficulties in the beginning. She was there at sixth position. She's 120 behind. So a new leader there, the Czech Martina Tiszowska, just ahead of Ingrid Stengaard. And Silas Huss, yes, not the best time, but just some seconds behind his teammate Fluri Schneider. So now it's double Switzerland in the men's class out there, just 1 second behind there. Silas, who had a great race yesterday, 9th position, and having a good start again. Just working. Seems like he's liking the Polish forest. And we are still waiting Armel Berthaud. Quite close, I think, to the finish. He's been out now in 108 minutes. He's just 5 seconds behind the leader Florin Schneider at this position. So 3 ladies left to pass this position. Cecilie Kristoffersen, Ruska Sarela, who was 5th yesterday, and yeah, I think, and Nicolin Splittorff. So the first one should be Cecilie Kristoffersen. And looking at this, she has had a good start, the Danish athlete, just tying with Ingrid Stengaard there. We know that Ingrid is at the 2nd position at the 6th control, around 10 seconds behind Martina Tiszowska. So also a really good start from the Danish athlete Cecilie Kristoffersen. I don't think she had the race she wanted yesterday, but having a much better start today. And it will be interesting to see. She has been silver position or 2nd position at the World Cup in Bulgaria for the long distance in 2022. So she also likes the long distance, being able to bike hard, bike long, and just see how far it takes her. So we will see. It definitely looks like it will be close between those athletes here. Just at the moment, it's actually 5 athletes in 50 seconds after half an hour riding. So definitely many who want to be in the fight. Cecilie Kristoffersen, number 84, she will be just ahead of Rusina Jägi at new 4th best time, around 40 seconds behind the leader Martina Tiszowska. A good start from the Danish athlete, and having made the correct route choice to this control and made some seconds on Martina Tiszowska there. And now we have Ruska Sarela, the next starter from Finland. She was in the medal positions yesterday, and it looks like she has had a good start also, Ruska Sarela. I think it will be close with the seconds here coming into the 6th control. Yesterday, as I said, she was in the medal fight for a long while, coming into the finish just 7 seconds from the bronze medal, and looking at the bike like she had some difficulties. We will see if that's fixed now, or it definitely is fixed. Otherwise, she would not be in the top, looking like here. We also get to see another Finn. Jussi Laurila is on the way, number 24, probably slightly ahead of Ruska, and he would be more than a minute behind the Swiss guys. Yeah, here he comes, Jussi Laurila. After this time to this TV control, he is 1:10 behind the leader Silas Holz, Schneider, and we also have the French Armel Berthaud. As I said, we are waiting for him coming to the finish. Armel Berthaud has been out in 112 minutes. Here we get to see some more athletes, probably juniors coming here. Ruska Sarela the Finnish athlete taking all the way around to this 6 control. And she has been out now 32 minutes. She has around 30-40 seconds to come to this control. I think it will be tight towards Martina Tyszowska from Czech Republic. She will definitely be in this beehive group at the results at this TV control. And just one starter behind her, Nicolene Splittorff. So she is in the medal positions. Just keep on going and choosing the right route choices and having the strength in her legs to work all the way. Marika Hara still has 20 minutes to the finish, so as I said, it's quite easy at the finish for the really top names at the moment. And we know Ignas Ambrasas, yesterday's silver medalist, he started 3 minutes behind Jussi Laurila, so he should also be out there very, very soon if he wants to take the lead from Silas Holtz. Here we have Nicolene Splittorff. She will take a lead at the 6th control, looking like she has 1.5 minutes down there to the chasers, Ingrid Stengaard, Algirda Mitschkuvene, Constance Devier. Here we have her first, Ruska Sarla from Finland, yesterday's 5th position. She is now 1 minute behind at 6th position. And look, Nicolene Splittorff already there, taking the lead. 2 minutes almost. Yeah, 1:55. And I think that this is... Actually, she's stopping there. Looking, reading at the map. Not really certain where to go. And she's losing seconds. Of course, she has seconds there. And I think Ruska Sarla, if she will be able to keep that back, could be quite happy getting some help from Nicolene Splittorff. We know she is a great athlete. And last year, the medals between Nicolene Splittorff, Emily Benankole, and Gabriele Andrusinene, it were 3 minutes between those 3 athletes. So getting picked up by Nicolene Splittorff in this shape is not so bad idea for Ruska Sarela. And as I said, we have not seen Ignas Ambrasas yet. Armel Berthaud, we're waiting for him. He is gonna take a big lead. Looking like more than 10 minutes ahead of Sander Pritzik, the Estonian, in the lead at the moment. And he was 5:30 behind after 30 minutes. So he has continued to leave him behind, not with the same agility. Here we see him, Armel Berthaud, coming towards the finish. We are a bit too fast with the camera. And as I said, that Ignas Ambrasas, the silver medalist from yesterday, had been at the TV control. He is 17 seconds behind. Here we have Armel Berthaud. That's another pace. He's pushing everything he's got to take a big lead here at the finish. European Championship long distance. Armel Berthaud from France. He is really high up at the TV control and goes in at the lead there with 12:12 at a time of 2:05. I think the clock stands on. Yes, 2:05:30. So 115 minutes. Then it should be. As I said, Ignas Ambrasas just 4 seconds after Armel Berthaud at the TV control. And Armel having a good race, starting really early and holding up really well towards the later starters at the TV control, just some seconds after Silas Holtz and Furin Schneider. 115:23 is his time, taking the lead with 12:12 ahead of Sander Pritzik. So, and I think it will be a long wait, leaving the GPS tracker to the organizers and punching out, checking that every control is there. And we are waiting for number 93 here. It's the Finnish Ingrid Stengaard who is there at, then I should check the time before I say something. Ingrid Stengaard 63.49. I think she is more than 1.5 minutes ahead of leader Elvira Larsson in the finish. So Ingrid Stengaard, 63.49 there. That is a great time. Taking the lead ahead of Camilla Sörgård and Elvira Larsson, 1.5 minutes. So it's, I think, as she wants to hear it from her or from her leaders. You are in the lead here, Ingrid, and you are third at the TV control. You are going for a medal. Just keep on pushing through the pain and make the best choice you can make. And we are back in the forest. We know Tommy Nykänen started behind Ignas Ambrasas. And then we have Jan Hasek. And we should see who arrives here. Tommy Nykänen was 20. Yeah, we see the Finnish bib here. Finnish shirt, Tommy Nykänen, number 25. Braking and turning around. And he is 1:55 behind Silas Holtz here at 10th position. Then behind Tommy Nykänen we had Jan Hasek. Quite young, big guy from Czech Republic. And we have Jonas Vitautas Bildis. Adrian Jaggi. So we are waiting for Jan Hasek, the Czech athlete who has been really good. He has been 4th, he has been 5th, but I think he's waiting to go up on the podium. Also, Jan, he was a really good ski orienteer. Yeah, he should just arrive soon. I think we are hanging on here with the camera, waiting for the Czech athlete. Can we be looking at a new best time, or will he be just behind Silas Holtz? Looks like it's on plus time. Here we have Jan Hasek. And he is definitely in this group of tight athletes out there. Going in at the same time as Ignas Ambrasas. At 5th place. So 5 runners in 18 seconds out there. And then we know he is 5 seconds behind the leader at the finish, Armel Berthaud. And in the women's race we have still Elvira Larsson leading at the finish ahead of Camilla Sörgård. But we know that Ingrid Stengaard was at the arena passage for some minutes ago, and she were there, looking like she were there around 1.5 minutes ahead of Elvira Larsson, comparing their time to that place of the course. And I think the really interesting name between after Ingrid Stengaard, yeah, here we get to see the standing in the men's class. Silas Holtz from Switzerland, 8 seconds ahead of Florin Schneider. Jan Hasek 3rd at 9 seconds behind. Armel Berthaud 4th. Ignas Ambrasas. So all those 5 runners in 17 seconds. Then we have a little jump to Pierre Martinez and Paul Debray from France. Jussi Lauria, Noah Rieder and Oliver Fries at 10th position out there. So it's a tight race. Anyone's race at the moment. And even in the men's class we don't have the last starters out there yet, but they are putting pressure on the later starters. We take number 77 into the finish. That's Ristina Kosareva, 26 minutes behind Elvira Larsson, looking at the new 10th position in the finish. So we should do the counting here. Constance Devier has been out in 58 minutes, so she has 5.5 minutes to beat Ingrid Stengaard at the arena passage. And then we have Ursina Jägi, Gabriele Andrusiene, Martina Tiszowska. So then the great names are arriving to the arena. But still Swedish lead in the finish in the women's class, and in the men's class we have the French guy Armel Berthaud leading big, 12, more than 12 minutes ahead of Sander Pritzik. We just took Mikkel Järve also from Estonia into the finish, around 40 minutes behind, 30 minutes behind Armel Berthaud. And looking at the men's starting list, we have last starter Krzysztof Bogar. I think he wants to do something better than yesterday, even though he was 6th position. But Samuel Pukkola, the gold medalist, is starting second last. We also have Wojtek Ludwig, Fabiano Bettega, Andrea Haga. So it's a really big group out of great runners just in the end in the men's class. And we should see, we are waiting here for the could it be Antonia Haga perhaps on the way, number 88. We know she were some minutes behind at the TV control. Not certain. She has been out in 65 minutes now, and therefore she will be, at the moment, if she arrives here, she is a bit more than 1 minute behind Ingrid Stengaard, but we are waiting and seeing. Yeah, as I said, Wojtek Ludwig, reigning world champion, he just wants to do something better than yesterday, and I saw he wrote on his Instagram that actually he did a 1.5 minute mistake on a route choice, thinking that the smaller path would be faster. Yeah, here we see number 88, and then it has been a good continuing on the road for Antonia Haga, because she is now here. The clock is ticking at 65:30, so she is at the same time as the leader in the finish, Elvira Larsson. So she has catched up some time there, because she were behind her around 1 minute at the TV control. So Antonia Haga has had a better second part of this first loop. Coming in and checking the map and going away. And sadly, it looks like Celine Feldenreiter from Switzerland has had some difficulties going into the finish about 40 minutes too early, so she has not taken the entire course. Who started actually only 3 minutes behind Antonia Haga. And then we have Constance Devier, Usina Jägi, who are the next starters to come there. As I said, Wojtek Ludwig, he said that he was a bit surprised that the small path that he took was quite a much slower. So I think he has changed his tactical appearance to this race, and probably going a bit round. Reigning world champion. He won that ahead of Simon Helmiller, who is not here, and then Wojciech Stransky. And here we see Nicolene Splittorff. She is still at the lead, and Ruska Sarela taking the other route choice here. And comparing to Cecilie Christoffersen, Constance Devier, it looks like maybe it's not so bad. We'll see when she comes closer to the control, but definitely Nicolene Splittorff, she is in the lead to keep it. But I think that means that Ruska Sarela did not get Nicolene's back, since they took different route choosing here. So probably, I guess, Nicolene Splittorff has passed Ruska Sarela. she might have passed to Ruska Sarla, I should say. I'm not certain. And not being able to keep her back. But Nicolin takes the route choice that we saw Camilla Søgaard and Elvira Larsson make earlier. Probably the fastest there. Ruska Sarla having a bit of a hill to take her up ahead of. But we know she were a bit behind at comparing to Ingrid Stengaard. She was 30 seconds behind. To Cecilie Kristoffersen, she were actually just 10 seconds behind. So looking like she has lost here. Could it be the Danish Oliver Friis coming here to the arena passage? Yes, Oliver Friis. And we know he was a bit behind, just a minute, and he has been here at 70 minutes. That's good. Then we know Oliver Friis has 70 minutes out to that passage. And we know Florin Schneider only started 3 minutes behind him. So the Danish setting a time here for the arena passage after 19.9 kilometers. And here we have Teemu Kaksonen taking the lead here. Teemu Kaksonen. He was fourth yesterday, just 2 seconds from the bronze. So I think Teemu is really wanting to look like a medal today. Taking the lead 7 seconds ahead of the Swiss. And behind Teemu Kaksonen, we have some, I would say, probably not as strong starters. Jiri Radil, Andreas Waldman, Jeremy Pur, and then Wojciech Stransky. He is a bronze medalist from the long distance at the World Championship last year. So we will see. Ruska Sarla definitely looking like she lost time on that route choice. And we see Gabriele Andrusinine taking some kind, the same as Marika Hara. We know she will lose some more seconds there. So not the race she would have liked. Cecilie Kristoffersen looking like it's double Danish in the top. And Ursina Jägi. Then I think she should be quite close to the arena. We have Constance Devier, who should be here first, of course. But she is ahead of her in the this tracking, not in the terrain, but in the time. So Ruska Sarla coming in there, almost the same as Ursina Jägi, but behind the Danish ladies, Nicolin Splittorff, who has a big lead and has the race in her hand to do something wrong if she just keeps on going. And we saw at the sixth control, she was really taking her time, choosing the route choices. Looks, I would say, it's a kind of safety measure, and she has all the possibilities to do those. And she would, after a while, go into the arena passage, the 12th control, and get to hear how she is. And then I think she would just know much stronger that I just need to do this stable, and I will be the gold medalist today. So we're looking at the women's class, who should come into the finish. Marika Hara has been out in 99 minutes. So if she wants to beat Elvira Larsson, she has 3 minutes to do that. And we know Marika Hara and Elvira were at the same time at the TV control. So it'll be interesting to see how she have continued this race. We didn't see her at the arena passage. I'm not certain which time she had there, but around 3 minutes to beat the Swede in the lead. We see Ursina Jägi making that route choice into the control, taking some elevation, but I'm not certain because when she needs to go down that hill, it will be quite steep and not being able to continue with the speed she has, because when she comes around to the intersection just north of the 8th control, she needs to brake quite hard. Here I think we have Constance Devier. Yes, Constance Devier, the bronze medalist from yesterday. She is here at 67 minutes, so she is more than 3 minutes behind the leader. This position 67.05. Then she is around 4th, 5th position here. And then we know 𝐼𝐶 she's also too late to beat Ingrid Stengaard. So she probably lost to that 8th control that we just were watching. But Constance Devier, looking like she has a lot of power, energy. The French management cheered her on. She is in it to win it. Maybe not to win it, but looking at the medals, it's still a possibility. Should be perhaps Andreas Waldmann from Austria on the way. He was 6th at the long distance at World Championship last year. So the Austrian, we saw we're still waiting for Jiri Radil, who started 3 minutes ahead of him. But I think Andreas Waldmann from Austria could be more interesting to see how he stands up out here.
Nu 10 kommer
I
nu.
think here we have Jiri Radil, and then just right behind him.
Waldman, han var med.
Yeah, it's Andreas Waldmann. They're turning around there, pausing him at the control. And I think that's a leader. Yeah, 25 seconds lead ahead of Teemu Kaksonen. Andreas Waldmann from Austria, looking at his 6th place from the World Championship last year at long distance. He wants to do something better this day. And he also won his first World Cup long distance 2019. So he likes it. And still we have not seen Marika Hara coming towards the finish in the ladies class. And I think the time is ticking out for her to beat Elvira Larsson. So Elvira Larsson have made a really good second loop. We should see if the Finnish athlete Marika Hara, blue and white dress, is coming soon. Don't think that's her. So we have, could that be Martina? No. Could it be Martina Tyszowska? I don't think so. She's quite close to this arena passage. We are waiting 𝐼𝐶.
Här kommer 100.
Yeah, here we have Gabriele Andrusinene. Then she has picked up the pace and she is there at 66 minutes. So she is still behind, but working for the medal positions. She is around 2 minutes behind Ingrid Stengaard at the moment there. We have not seen 𝐼𝐶 if she has passed her or if she has passed the arena passage when we were looking at some place other. Behind Gabriele Andrusinene, we had Martina Tyszowska starting. And we know she was actually quite well ahead. Already 1.5 minutes ahead of Gabriele at the TV position. So she has to be there, I would say, right now if she wants to be ahead of Ingrid Stengaard from Finland. Here we get to see the comparison again. We have Nicolin Splittorff coming towards the 10th control. You see Cecilie Kristoffersen, and I think Ruska Saarela is there. I think the blue dot is Ingrid Stengaard. And we have Ursina Jäger there, so she has definitely had the arena passage already. She is in the fight for the medals. And also Constance Devier. We know she was a bit behind at the arena passage. You see Ingrid Stengaard there, just precisely behind Cecilie Kristoffersen. Nicolin Splittorff, see, she has not been in the forest into the 9th control. It's just the GPS that jumps a bit. and we see that could be interesting to see Ingrid Stengaard. We know she were around 1.5 minutes ahead of the leader in the finish, Elvira Larsson, at the arena passage, looking like the Swede might go just outside the medal positions today also. We will see how these ladies ends the race, because we know she left Camilla Sögaard behind quite a lot, but at the arena passage, Camilla Sögaard, Marika Hara and Elvira Larsson were at the same pace, and they are right up in the high part of that map behind all these other athletes. So Nicolin Splittorff looks like he turned around at turn control, taking the better route choice. And we have not seen Martina Tyszowska so much more. I wonder what happened to her.
Det här är en 82 som varvar. 86 tror jag ska till mål.
Finishing just behind the medals into the fours. Juan Montes won the bronze last year.
Could it be that number 86, Nicolin Splittorff, already is coming quite close to the arena passage? I'm not certain. We are seeing 89 here at the picture. Marika Hara coming into the finish. Then she has been left behind by Elvira Larsson. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on this second part of the race. Losing there into the third position behind Elvira Larsson and Camilla Sögaard. So 4:20 behind the Swedish. And here we have a French guy. Could it be Jeremy Poor? Yes. And he has been, yeah, Jeremy Poor. And he's 2.5 minutes behind Andreas Waldman. And we know just 33 minutes behind him started Wojciech Stransky. He took the bronze medal at the long distance last year's World Championship. But he has to be there at the moment right now if he wants to be ahead of Andreas Waldman. And it doesn't look like he will be there. Looking here at the medal again. Danish team are waiting for Nicolin Splittorff. We will see how fast she is. She has just been out. Of course, perhaps they're waiting for Cecilie Kristoffersen ahead. She has been out in 63 minutes. And Nicolin Splittorff in 57. And we know both those are definitely in the medal race. So it can be... Yeah, here we have number 84. That's Cecilie Kristoffersen. Had a really good, I would not say start, a really good race so far. Being here, I think at the same time, almost at Ingrid Stengaard. We should see 63:30. Yeah, she's actually 20-30 seconds ahead of Ingrid Stengaard. So she is in the lead here. Cecilie Kristoffersen. We know Nicolin Splittorff is on the way. Could it be Wojciech Stransky from Czech Republic here coming to the TV control? Punching there. 1:22 behind Andreas Waldman. I've lost some time here in the beginning. But still, he has a lot of course to work with. Yeah, Cecilie Kristoffersen then ahead of Ingrid Stengaard. So, and here we have Nicolin Splittorff. She started 6 minutes behind Cecilie Kristoffersen. And we know that the current leader were here just a minute ago. So, 5 minutes lead for Nicolin Splittorff coming here. And getting to hear that from the Danish leaders. Yeah, she is focused just to keep on going. 60 minutes there. So that is a good big lead. Maybe around 4 minutes ahead of Cecilie Kristoffersen. So behind Wojciech Stransky, back in the forest again. Since we at this TV control. We're just waiting for the men. Jonas Maiselis from Lithuania started.
Det är han som var ny bästa tid. När hans GPS stod så kunde jag inte se att han var på väg.
So actually I think Jonas Maiselis have already been there. Getting to hear that. Probably a new leader from Lithuanian there. Not certain exactly. We keep a little waiting for that, but we see here the Polish athletes are working with the bikes behind they just try to fix and maybe not fix but to check everything for tomorrow's race when they are in the finish. Armel Berthaud still in the lead in the finish from France, looking at who can be the next coming to the finish. And here maybe we're waiting for Ruska Sarela to pass as the last woman then. She was passed by Nicolin Splittorff. If she's coming here, it's still a really good time for Ruska Sarela. She has been out in 63 minutes. Yes, Ruska Sarela! I think she is ahead of Cecilie Kristoffersen at the moment. So looking at the arena passage, it's a big lead with 4.5 minutes for Nicolin Splittorff ahead of Ruska Sarela. And then Cecilie Kristoffersen and Ingrid Stengard. All those three athletes are in 50 seconds. And they still have 40 minutes to work with. Ruska Sarela just now at the silver position. And even though we saw she took a slightly different route choice, losing sometimes, still definitely working for that medal coming up on that podium. Then we know that that's the leading group, and we know that the leading Swede in the finish, Elvira Larsson, she is around 1.5-2 minutes behind that medal fight at this arena. So either they have to do something, some small mistakes, or they have to become a bit tired to open up for Elvira Larsson and the medal. Yesterday's fourth position. And I think it can be looking like something again in that direction. Here we have number 34 to the finish. I'm trying to look in my papers. Antonio Mariani coming in there. A bit behind. Behind Antonia Mariani, we had Prit Popo. We are waiting for Gabriela Gustafsson coming to the finish. Yeah, Gabriela has done a really good second part of the race. We come in as a new second best time here. Gabriela Gustafsson, she was 10th yesterday. And it could be some places better today. Coming in around 2 minutes behind her Swedish teammate Elvira Larsson. Gabriela Gustafsson punching in there, 1:52. A new second best time. 50 seconds ahead of Camilla Sögaard, beating Marika Hara. Stable race from Gabriela Gustafsson, who had lost some time in the beginning, but ending the race really good here. So she were actually 2 minutes behind Camilla Sögaard at the TV control, and now 50 seconds before her. So that's a really good ending, and being able to keep the same pace as Elvira Larsson has done from the TV control, from 30 minutes to 100 minutes. So probably has had some mistake in the beginning. A small wave there to all her fans. Gabriela Gustafsson, coming from Jönköping in Sweden. Was also have been a good orienteer and ski orienteer, and chose mountain bike orienteering in the end. Looking like the Swedish ladies might have something for a coming relay team. So out in the forest, we have had Jonas Maiselis there. We are waiting probably Wojtek Ludwig, 11:51. He has been out in 25 minutes, so still has some time there, but it will be interesting to see. Martin Kanta, Czech guy, is far behind. Here we see some of the Bulgarian athletes. Peter Popuntkov. And also starting number 95 in the women's class. Lukul from France. So the men standing in the finish, Armel Berthaud is still leading. And here we have some of the Finnish athletes, certain, behind. Karin Gustafsson from Sweden there. Been passed by her teammates with 6 minutes. Armel Berthaud is in the lead at a finish. And he is ahead of Regimantas Kavaliauskas 9 minutes. So we're still waiting for more of those really good times at the finish. Martin Kanta, the Czech, has been out at the TV control. He is now 7th position there, 1:12 behind leader Andreas Waldman. We know Oliver Fries had around 70 minutes to this arena passage. So Ignas Ambrasas have been on 67 minutes. The Lithuanian might be coming towards this arena passage soon, or might have been here already. It's a bonus if we have time to find. Maybe that can be Ignas Ambrasas coming here. We not know. Yes, Ignas Ambrasas, number 40, coming to the arena passage. He has been out then in 67.5 minutes, and we know Oliver Fries were here at 70.5 minutes. So he's 3 minutes ahead of the Danish. Not certain how he is compared to some other athletes. For example, Armel Berthaud, who's in the lead in the finish, but definitely have made a bigger gap down to Oliver Fries. The distance between those at the TV control were 1.5 minutes, so he has gained 1.5 more minutes. So looking like a stable race from Ignas. Now we get to see the ladies again. And Nicolin Splittorff is in a league of her own. It can actually be so that she picks up on her teammate Cecilie Kristoffersen fighting for the silver medal. It could be interesting to see if those Danish ladies could help each other anything. And we see Ruska Sarela is out there to the left. Ursina Jägi is there, tight with her. The Swiss is fighting for her medal also. Actually, Ursina Jägi is a world champion from the middle distance 2012. And then she has waited for more medals. So fighting here for more individual medals, I should say. Actually, the Swiss ladies, the Swiss team, took silver at the World Championship relay. She has been 2 times with them, and they took bronze at the mixed relay at European Champs last year. Mixed relay we will have at Sunday here in Poland. So out in the forest again. Could it be Kari Kaskinen perhaps on his way? 30:58. Luca Dalla Valle perhaps to start ahead of him. Because Kari, if he comes now, it's a good start. We should see. It's Italian, Luca Dalla Valle coming here. Around 2.5 minutes, 2:50 behind. So we will see. Starting behind him, as I said, Kari Kaskinen. And then behind Kari Kaskinen, Wojtek Ludwig, the reigning world champion from Czech Republic. He definitely wants to be on top again. Having a bit of a disappointment yesterday, losing a lot of time on a route choice. And here we have number 101, Algirda Mishkovene. Yes, she is a new leader, taking the lead 19 seconds ahead of Elvira Larsson. We saw a bad route choice from 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷𝐃𝐄, losing around 1.5 minutes, but having great pace out there and taking the lead in the end. 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷, she has been at the 2018 World Championship long distance 4th place, and a great ending from her, putting down Elvira Larsson from the lead. So 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷, it'll be interesting to see how this stands in the end. Punching out there, checking that every control has been there. And here we have, I think it's Wojtek Ludwig. Could it be Wojtek Ludwig who has passed up? Yes, Wojtek Ludwig, what a start! 1:55 ahead of Andreas Waldman there. And Wojtek Ludwig, yeah, as I said, the reigning world champion. He wants to show something different than yesterday. And that is a start to be reckoned with. Can anyone answer up to that? We have Fabiano Bettega, Andrea Haga, yesterday's gold medalist Samuel Pökele, and Christoph Bogar, that I think could be those who challenge him. But 1:55 on 30 minutes, that is a big margin. And you saw the speed he came with. The cameraman almost didn't see him, so fast he came. And we have had a new second best time in the finish. Albin Desmarais-Joly from France. He's 5 minutes behind Armel Berthaud. So double French in the men's class, and 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷 leading the women's class, just 25 seconds ahead of Elvira Larsson and Gabriela Gustafsson. Looking who started behind 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷. Ingrid Stengaard should be on her way quite soon. If she, we have Jan Hasek here, and we know he started 6 minutes behind Ignas Ambrasas. You should see Jan Hasek, 67 minutes. Yes, he is here. Actually, 30 seconds ahead of Ignas Ambrasas. I'm not certain, as I said earlier, how this stands for towards Armel Berthaud. But at the finish, Ingrid Stengaard should be here any second now. Ingrid Stengaard, who is in the fight for the medals. She has been out in 101 minutes. I'm not certain if she might have lost something in the end. Starting bib number 93. And she were ahead. This is Rosalie Kucherova from Czech Republic. She is going to be a new 7th best time. 9 minutes behind, but it's the finish, blue and white, we're waiting for. Ingrid Stengaard. If I'm looking at the time, I think she is too far behind. She has lost something in the end, because the time towards 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷 has passed out for Ingrid Stengaard, also from Elvira Larsson. She has had some difficulties on these last parts. We know she were more than 1.5 minutes ahead of Elvira Larsson at the arena passage. So 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷, when Gabriele Andrusinene having some difficulties in the beginning. Perhaps we have a new Lithuanian star on the coming.
Yeah, but I have it somewhere. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Behind Wojtek Ludwig in the men's class started Fabiano Bettega, who won double up. Here we have Ingrid Stengaard, and I think the time has taken out on her. Yes, she is more than 1.5 minutes behind 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷. So coming in for new 3rd best time, but have lost the medal chance on this last loop, because we know that this won't be a medal in the end. Ingrid Stengaard timing in there, 1:42 behind 𝐼𝐏𝐷𝐈𝐄𝐷. And she has lost a lot of time on this last loop. And you hear it breathing heavily. Wondering, the 48 years old, where did I lose that time? I almost had a medal, grasping for it in my hands.
For the top 10 and the medals for the lead group. Still waiting some junior women.
So after her, we have Antonia Haga, and we know Antonia actually had the same time as Elvira Larsson at the arena passage. So she might be able to do something about 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐈𝐄𝐍𝐶 from Lithuania, just in the lead ahead of Elvira Larsson. Here we get to see Nicolin Splittorff looking like Ruska Sarela is just ahead of Rstina Jäger, Cecilia Kristoffersen. And then we have Gabriele Androsinene och 𝐼𝐄𝐒. So they don't have any time for mistakes. Ruska Sarela, Rstina Jäger, Cecilia Kristoffersen, because then the Lithuanians are coming from behind. Very interesting to see this ending of the race. And we know 𝐅𝐑𝐈𝐄𝐍 have ended really strongly, passing Elvira Larsson, taking the lead by 25 seconds, passing Ingrid Stengard. So we know she have not done mistakes in the end. But looking at Nicolin Splittorff, as I said, this is just a highway cruise to her second gold medal this European Championship. It'll be interesting to see which route choice she takes to the 17th control. If she goes somewhere turning around and taking it from the back, or if she goes to the left and going a bit round to that control. But it's actually more interesting to see what happens in that group after her. But it looks like 𝐅𝐑𝐈𝐄𝐍 for now 6th position, but it still looks like it's 40-50 seconds up to Ruska Sarela at the silver position at the moment. So as I said, it's really tight. They don't have any mistakes to be made, because then they will lose it. Looking at the times at the men's class at the TV control, Wojtek Ludwig had 29:18. Fabiano Bettega is too late. Andre Haga is too late. Andre Haga, yesterday's bronze medalist. And then we only have Lauri Malmström, Samuel Pökkele, and Krzysztof Bogar, who can challenge Wojtek Ludwig at the TV control, at least. We will wait and see. And Florin Schneider, who was actually just some seconds ahead of Armel Berthaud at the TV control. He has been out in 100 minutes, so still no really big. Now we should see Andre Haga. As you see, even though he's 1.5 minutes behind, he could be at the second position. So we're waiting for starting bib 21. Andre Haga here, trying to be ahead of Andreas Waldman, Teemu Kaksonen, Silas Holtz. Yeah, here he comes, Andre Haga, yesterday's bronze medalist. He is now at the silver position out in the terrain, and he only has 3 starters behind him. So a good start from Andre Haga. It's just that Wojtek Ludwig is having a phenomenal start of this race, and it looks like maybe he had some kind of rocket in his bike as fast as he came. So Lauri Malmström, Samuel Pökkele, and Krzysztof Bogar are those we can wait for still at this TV control. Fabiano Bettega has been there. He who dominated the World Cup in Italy last year. I think he won the long distance with around 8 minutes. He's already 4 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig this long distance, not having either the same pace or the same orienteering ability this day. And we see here Ruska Sarela, Rstina Jäger, and actually Cecilia Kristoffersen is down at the 4th position now. Maybe losing some pace in her legs there. Gabriele Androsinene just ahead of 𝐅𝐑𝐈𝐄𝐍. So we should see. It looks like Nicolin Splittorff, her GPS stopped, but she went out to the left, going to take the control from that side. So, we are waiting for... You see 𝐅𝐾𝐑𝐈𝐄𝐍𝐿 leading at 101 minutes. Next, really good. 𝐶𝐐𝐑 𝐷𝐕𝐴 has been out in 97 minutes. We should see who started behind her. 𝐿𝐶𝐸𝐐, who definitely is in the medal fight. 𝐿𝐶𝐸𝐐 has then been out in 94 minutes, having around 7.5 minutes to come to the finish. And this is probably Ruska Sarala, who is live at this GPS showing, since she was lost in the terrain. So 𝐿𝐶𝐸𝐐 is not at the point at the moment. And here we see one of the Finnish athletes is Antonia Haga. And she has lost some time. Yep, she is going in on a new 4th best time. I'm not certain. Gabriella Gustafsson. The seconds are between them. I think Antonia Haga will be just ahead. We should see when she punches in under the finish line here. Going over there. And 2:11. Yeah, she is just ahead of Gabriella Gustafsson at the new 4th best time. Antonia Haga, then we know she has lost some time on Elvira Larsson, 𝐅𝐵𝐄𝐃𝐄𝐒 on the last loop. But a good race from Antonia Haga, coming in at the 4th position. Perhaps looking at something around top 10 in the end of this day. Punching out there, leaving the GPS. And then going to rest a bit. Finally getting to step off that bike. So starting 6 minutes behind her, 𝐶𝐐𝐑 𝐷𝐕𝐴. And then 9 minutes, 𝐿𝐶𝐸𝐐, the Swiss, who definitely is fighting for the medals. At the men's class, it looks like Lauri Malsros is a bit too late. Yes, Samuel Pökkälä and Krzysztof Bogar. And here we have the standing at the finish. Yeah, 𝐼𝐐𝐷 𝐄𝐒, Lithuania, 25 seconds ahead of Swedish Elvira Larsson. And at 3rd place at the moment, Ingrid Stengård from Finland, 1:37 behind. So, 𝐼𝐐𝐷 𝐄𝐒 having quite a tense wait here to see how this race stands. As we see, she has left behind Ingrid Stengård, Antonia Haga at the last loop. She has passed Elvira Larsson. So she has ended the race really good. Probably find some great route choice and still being able to have a lot of power in her legs. I think Laurent Maillot came to the finish there from France. And she is 9th in the goal, 6:15 behind. But we are waiting for the men. And where are Samuel Pökkälä, yesterday's gold medalist? We are coming out to the forest again. And Krzysztof Bogar we're also waiting for. He has a lot of time still to be faster than Wojciech Ludwig out here at the TV control. And even Samuel Pökkälä, the pass for the Krzysztof Bogar for Wojciech Ludwig has passed, but the time for being in the fight for the medals is definitely still on. Yeah, here we see number 79, Valeri Kamerirova, coming into the finish, around 10th position, 8:16 behind 𝐼𝐐𝐷 𝐄𝐒 in the lead. And then we know 𝐶𝐐𝐑 𝐷𝐕𝐴 started 9 minutes behind her, so the French bronze medalist from yesterday has quite a stress if she wants to beat 𝐼𝐐𝐷 𝐄𝐒. She looked like she were sometime behind her. Here, it looks like Samuel Pökkälä. Yeah, he is 2 minutes behind. But you see, the time towards Andreas Waldman just went out. He is 4th position there. And it looks like he had catched Lauri Malsros from Estonia there. Came from the other direction. Yeah, you see the Estonian just right ahead of Samuel Pökkälä at 4th position now. but just 30 seconds up to the silver medal. Then we only have Krzysztof Bogar, the last starter from Czech Republic. He has so many World Championship medals and gold medals. He has so many European Championship medals. So I don't count them up, but he is definitely here to be on the podium. That's what he wants. And here we see Ruska Sarela going the same route choice as Nicolin Splittorff and 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐈𝐄𝐍𝐿. And we see the other GPS dots have stopped, but Ruska Sarela definitely ahead of the leader in the finish, 𝐅𝐑𝐀𝐈𝐄𝐍𝐿. And we are waiting to see what will happen there. You should see, we are firstly and formally waiting for 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 to the finish, I think. She started 10:56, if I'm not mistaken. So 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 has been out in 100 minutes right now and has a little less than 2 minutes to come to the finish. Could this be 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 coming already? Yes, she is gonna take the lead. She has had a great, tremendous race, ending fantastic. 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 first here from the Swiss athletes coming in, taking the lead almost 1.5 minutes ahead of 𝐅𝐑𝐾𝐈𝐄𝐒. This could be a medal. Look at 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. She has really grasping for air coming into the finish here. And as I said, she was world champion 2012. And now it's time, perhaps, for a new medal, 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. And she gets a hug from her teammate there, realizing this is a great race from 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. Switzerland has passed up Celine Wellenreiter 6 minutes and taking the lead 1:22 ahead of 𝐅𝐑𝐾𝐈𝐄𝐒. So we will see how this stands when we come. Perhaps Nicolin Splittorff will take the lead, will take the gold, but then towards Cecilie Kristoffersen and Ruska Sarela. So, you get to hear the Swiss Deutsch speaking there. And Krzysztof Bogar has been out in 31.5 minutes. So Wojtek Ludwig will definitely be the leader at the TV control. We'll see how Krzysztof Bogar stands out there. Gabriele Androsiniene started 3 minutes behind. Here we get to see Krzysztof Bogar, André Haga, Jonas Maiselis. We know we did not have Jonas Maiselis' time there, but you see it's really good. So I think actually Jonas Maiselis might be second position there after Wojtek Ludwig, and then André Haga probably at the third position. Samuel Pökkälä just 20 seconds ahead behind André Haga. You see they are taking different route choices. Very interesting. Jonas Maiselis, the Lithuanian. Lithuania having a great championship so far. So, looks like Jonas Maiselis. We know that André Haga is 140 behind the leader, Wojtek Ludwig. But Jonas Maiselis, perhaps around 115 behind him at second position there. And he has been out in the forest. You should see, Jonas Maiselis started quite early. 59 minutes. Here we get to see Constance Devier. It's yesterday's bronze medalist, and today will be a bit further down in the list, but a good race from her, coming in at the new 9th position, 540 behind 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. And then we know that Gabriele Androsiniene, she started 6 minutes behind Constance Devier, so she has to be there if she wants to beat 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. I think the Swiss is maybe we have Cecilie Kristoffersen and Ruska Sarela, of course, and Nicolin Splittorff, but the hope and dreams of a medal for 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 is definitely becoming bigger. There we have from Czech Republic, Martina Tyszowska, already in the finish, taking the lead, 2:41 ahead of 𝐿𝐶𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒. We have not seen her at the GPS, but Martina Tyszowska from Czech Republic taking a big lead, 2 minutes 40 seconds ahead of Rsina Jagi. Maybe I outspoke myself then. The medal fight for Rsina Jagi might be a bit tough. We will see. Cecilie Kristoffersen, Ruska Sarela, Nicolin Splittorff are those who can put these athletes down. At the moment, Martina Tiszowska leading in the finish ahead of Rsina Jagi, 𝐅𝐵𝐄𝐒 at the third position.
Where did you go to 20s?
Yeah, she caught up on Gabriele Androsinene, who was in the finish there also, talking about the map.
It was okay. I was a bit afraid of
We are waiting to see what time Gabriele had on the course. Probably beating 𝐅𝐵𝐄𝐒 𝐃𝐄, I'm not certain. Yep, she beats 𝐅𝐵𝐄𝐒 and is only 8 seconds behind Rsina Jagi. So new third best time from Gabriele Androsinene. They came so fast, these ladies, and are discussing route choosing there. Probably one of those long legs. We saw Gabriele losing quite a bit time in the beginning and wondering what should I have done differently. So, and here we see Ruska Sarela. She is ahead of Rsina Jagi here. Nicolin Splittorff definitely ahead. So it looks like at the moment, I would say Nicolin Splittorff, Martina Tiszowska, and Ruska Sarela holding on to those medals. But no time for error for Ruska Sarela because Rsina Jagi, the Swiss athlete, is just behind her in the forest. Cecilie Kristoffersen, the Danish athlete, looks like she has lost a bit of time. Not certain if it's the power in the legs or if it is some kind of route mistake. But it's quite easy. A lot of biking to the long leg to the 20th control. You see Nicolin Splittorff just took the straight route choice there and then into the last control. So Nicolin Splittorff, yesterday's gold medalist, she will be taking gold this day also. And we are just quite soon waiting for her to come towards the finish. She has been out in 91 minutes. And I think she will be taking quite a big lead.
So it means for Martina Tiszowska last European Championships medal, was the silver 2 years ago.
And in the men's class, Armel Berthaud still is in the lead. And there are no runners, athletes, bikers coming ahead of him. We see that Rsina Jagi taking another route choice. Then Ruska Sarela out from the control, trying something. We will see how that ends up for her. Going a bit more straight out from the control, but having to go to the right to the same path that Nicolin Splittorff just has biked on.
Meanwhile, fastest time in a split was to Danish Splittorff. She was 2 minutes faster than Martina Tiszowska, the current leader in the finish.
Yeah, so at the arena, I think, yeah, at the TV control, of course, Nicolin Splittorff already there were 2 minutes ahead of Martina Tiszowska. So we will see how this has ended. And now she has around 4.5 minutes to take the lead from the Czech in the finish. Looking like Rsina Jagi straight out there to the path, still behind the Ruska Sarela. It will be tough for her to take this bronze medal, I think. So this is the ending of the long distance for the women's class. Nicolin Splittorff coming towards number 21 and soon the last control. Making a small shortcut into the control as it looks there. And then we have the medal fight, Ruska Sarela, Rsina Jagi and Cecilie Kristoffersen. But first and foremost, we will have Nicolin Splittorff towards the finish. Here we get to see number 15. It's Oliver Fries coming into the finish, 4:18 behind the leader. And also having Florian Schneider, new second best time, but also him behind 𝐼𝐿_𝐵𝐿𝐿. And here we have yesterday's European gold medalist, and I can say it now, it is also today's gold medalist, Nicolin Splittorff, taking the golds and putting them on a tray. It was the sprint champion yesterday, and she will be the long champion today. She's still working for the perfect week here in Poland at European Championships, taking the lead and probably the win with 2:51 ahead of Martina Tiszowska, as she has taken out everything. That is a tired lady, but look at that race. It's so impressive. It's almost horrific how she went out there, and the start from Nicolin Splittorff, having 2 minutes already at the TV control to Martina Tiszowska. It's almost there when she set the tone, and already there had the so big lead. So Nicolin Splittorff has passed her teammate Cecilie Kristoffersen, who was not able to catch her back. And here she comes, I think. Cecilie Kristoffersen, she is too late to take a medal, coming in for the 5th position now. And she will probably be behind Ruska Sarla. So can it be a 6th position for her in the end? Coming in there, 7:02 behind Nicolin Splittorff, Cecilie Kristoffersen. And she has also taken everything out of her body, put it into the forest, put it into the bike, and just tried to work with as much as possible. And as I said earlier, they did sprint yesterday, they did the long distance, and then do this tough long distance, and then try to just get some power again in the legs for the middle distance tomorrow. But a great race for Cecilie Kristoffersen, coming in at the 5th position at the moment. And we know Ruska Sarla started 3 minutes behind her. So the clock is ticking for the Finnish lady. She should not be too far away. She has around 1 minute on her to try and beat Ursina Jägi for the bronze medal. The Finnish lady Ruska Sarla, she was 5th yesterday. How can her ending be? I'm just looking at the times. We are waiting for her very, very soon. We are looking. This is on the sprint from the last control. Ruska Sarla, blue and white. Yeah, she has, as you can see, 40 seconds towards Ursina Jägi. And she is coming there. She is gonna take the bronze medal. Ruska Sarla. I think we will hear some Finnish shouting, because this is the bronze medalist for today's European Championship in long distance. Ruska Sarla coming in just barely ahead of Ursina Jägi. I think the clock is, as I said, on her side, coming in there. 5:47 behind Nicolin Splittorff. Big congratulations, Ruska Sarla, changing out the 5th place from yesterday to a bronze medal today. So that is the women's class. Nicolin Splittorff crushing the competition, 2:57 ahead of Martina Tiszowska. And then 5:47 behind Ruska Sarla at the 3rd position. Ursina Jägi 4th, just some seconds from the bronze medal. Gabriele Andrusinene 5th, Algirda Miškoviene 6th, Elvira Larsson 7th, Ingrid Stengard 8th, Antonia Haga 9th, and Gabriela Gustafsson, just as yesterday, 10th position for the Swedish lady. So we will see, changing the focus from the women's class. As I said, Antonia Haga coming to the 9th position. We will see if her brother André could be a better position. He was really high out there at the TV control. But we know Wojtek Ludwig. He went for the knockout directly, taking the lead there with more than 1 minute. Jonas Majselis 2nd, André Haga 3rd. Samuel Pökele, Andreas Waldman, and I think Krzysztof Bogar were in that group quite tight with the times. 𝐼𝐿_𝐵𝐿𝐿 leading in the finish ahead of Florian Schneider, just 19 seconds. So French ahead of Switzerland. And here we get to see it. Nicolene Splittorff. What an amazing athlete. She is taking the gold. Home to Denmark. 2:57 ahead of Martina Tyszowska, Czech Republic. Getting a better day today. No mispunching. It's a silver for Martina Tyszowska and Ruska Sarela. Also stepping up from the 5th position yesterday to the 3rd position and the bronze medal today. And really good to see. Cecilie Kristoffersen 6th, of course. Gabriella was 8th. Camilla Søgaard, the 12th position. Constance Devier is 13th. Marika Hara, 15th. And here we see around 10 minutes to 17 minutes behind Nicolene Splittorff, who put out such an extraordinary race today. But we saw them coming into the finish. They were really tired. And now it's just for these ladies to try and find energy, try and find some shade, and just get energy in your body, relax, maybe get a massage, and start focusing on tomorrow's race. And we see 32nd position, Anna Tkachuk from Poland, and Aleksandra Szatuska, also Poland. So the Polish ladies are out there and fighting. Miriam Arina Anduesa, who had a really good start, had big issues in the last part. And here we get to see Jonas Maiselis, Wojtek Stransky. And out of those two, I think that I should not say too much. Jonas Maiselis. That was Wojtek Stransky, I think. And we know Wojtek Ludwig already here. Jonas Maiselis actually started 3 minutes behind Wojtek Stransky and looking like she has catched up on him. So Wojtek Ludwig he has been out in 60 minutes. That's a tremendous first loop from him. Since we know Jan Hasek had 67 minutes and he were 3 minutes behind him after half an hour. So he has just kept on going with that incredible speed out in the forest. Interesting to see. Yeah, you see here Jonas Maiselis going toward Wojtek Ludwig. Perhaps he is the one going at the live. He is clearly ahead. Jonas Maiselis, we see Wojtek Stransky, Jan Hasek, Luca Dalla Valle, Ignas Ambrasas taking another route choice to the 15th control. Florian Schneider, Jonas Vitatas Gvildis are there, Armel Berthaud. So Wojtek Ludwig, he has some racers starting after him, but when we get to see this compared to the earlier starters, he is definitely in a big lead. Jonas Maiselis has lost time, but still second in the terrain at the moment. Wojtek Stransky chasing him. And we also have Luca Dalla Valle there going quite great. Perhaps he have had Wojtek Ludwig's back for a while, starting 6 minutes behind him. And Ignas Ambrasas coming from the other direction. So it will be interesting to see. Fabiano Bettega, he were a bit behind. Andre Haga, Samuel Pöckela, and Christoph Bogar. And here we get to see the Swiss athlete, Noah Rieder. And he is going in for the 3rd best time at the moment. Noah Rieder, he was 7th yesterday. And he had lost quite a lot of time in the beginning. So he has done a great ending here. 1:03 behind Armel Berthaud. He has been doing exactly the same from the first TV control. And he gave it his all out there. And having his compass on the hand like that, being able to look at it. Perhaps at these competitions, when you're able to shortcut, when you're able to do shortcuts, it's better to have a compass with you so you can use it. Otherwise, when you're going on the path, maybe not as useful. Noah Rieder from Switzerland, 58 seconds behind Armel Berthaud at the lead in the finish. Some coughing, some just trying to grasp for some air coming into the finish. 116 minutes, so just under 2 hours for him. Here we get to see it again. Wojtek Ludwig. taking another quite long route choice to the 14th control. Comparing to Jonas Meiselis going a bit more straight. And I think Jonas Meiselis have done some problems because Wojtek is a lot closer to him now than he were earlier. You see, I'm not certain if Jonas Meiselis did not have control on where he should go, because suddenly Wojtek Stransky were a lot closer to him than Jan Hašek, Luca Dalla Valle, Florian Schneider, Almer Beltot, Ignas Ambrasas. So looking at those guys, Jan Hašek has been out in 100 minutes, so he has around 15 minutes to the finish. Ignas Ambrasas 106, so he should be closer to the finish. And we see here at the GPS he is ahead of him, ahead of the leader at the finish, Armel Berthaud there. So Jussi Laurila, we have not seen his GPS. We are looking who should be able to come. Bartosz Nibelski, the Polish who came 5th yesterday at the sprint, have not had as good day today as it looks like, so he is probably gonna be a bit slower to the finish, because his time for Armel Berthaud has already passed. And then we had Silas Hotz from Switzerland, who had a good start, just 6th positions at the TV control, right ahead of Jan Hašek. So it will be interesting to see they arriving. But Wojtek Ludwig just working on doing everything correct as it looks like. And Jonas Meiselis still having some time down to Wojtek Stransky. And Andre Haga, Samuel Pökala and Krzysztof Bogar will have to do something good to try and do something for Jonas Meiselis. But it looks like Wojtek Ludwig is, compared to this, having a lot of time, and he already had 1.5 minutes to Andre Haga at the TV control, and we know Jonas Meiselis were 2nd there, so it just looks like he's punishing his opponents today. So Wojtek Ludwig, who took 2 gold medals, both in mass start and long at World Championship last year. It looks like he's just continuing to build his medal cabinet at home. Of course, he has a lot of medals. And here we get to see the Finnish and the Switzerland. I'm not really certain who is Jussi Laurila. Jussi Laurila, is he coming already? What a great ending to the race. Gonna take a big lead. Jussi Laurila, 3 minutes 22 seconds ahead of Armel Berthaud. And look, what a finish by Jussi Laurila. At the TV control, he were actually 1 minute behind him. So he has been doing 4 minutes better from the TV control. Jussi Laurila showing what he has in those legs. And it would be interesting to see him at the GPS, because I think he has definitely got up in the ranks. 2:53, and you saw he had catch Silas Hotz from Switzerland, almost 3 minutes, and he were really tired in the end, just trying to get into the finish line. Jussi Laurila, Finland, punching out there. That is a great ending of that race.
It was the
and I think he understands that.
Sorry. After that, I was like, I wasn't sure where we're going. I wasn't sure. Were you on the left of me there? Did I cut you? No, not that one.
So he was 13th yesterday, and it will definitely be a better position for Jussi. Talking to Silas Hotz here. And he's telling there he has also seen Andre Haga out in the forest, being passed by him on the road. So Andre Haga also having really high speed. And Wojtek Ludwig, just like Nicolin Splittorff, being in a totally different league. But I think being almost 3 minutes ahead of Armel Berthaud, that Jussi Laurila putting himself up in the medal fight, in the medal discussions. As I said, 3 minutes behind him, Ignas Ambrasas started. And then we had Tommy Nykänen, Jan Hašek. And we know Jan Hašek, he were 8 at the TV control. So another good racer to compare with. Wojtek Ludwig actually going in on that road earlier. Yeah, of course, taking the left route choice there. Going correct to his control. And Jonas Maiselis just ahead of Wojtek Stransky. Luca Dalla Valle, the Italian, looking like he's having a better day today also. He is also a world champion from 2017 from the mass start there, so we will see. And we know Luca, he's really strong. He likes to do mountaineering, skiing, and just like Tove Alexandersson in the orienteering, foot orienteering world. And we know how good lungs and heart you have to have if you do that kind of sport. So Jonas Maiselis still a bit ahead of Wojtek Stransky. We should see if they are taking the same route choice as Wojtek Ludwig. But it just looks like he is putting on a show for us out there. So Ignas Ambrasas, he is too late to beat Jussi Laurila at the finish. He has lost time there. So we'll see how far behind, if he can do something for Silas Hots at the second position in the finish at the moment. See Jonas Maiselis, Wojtek Stransky doing some small micro route choice difference. Looked like Jonas Maiselis actually did a shortcut there. Going out more to the left on the road. And Wojtek Ludwig is already almost at the 21st control. And it's a long leg. And it's minutes between these athletes at the moment. And starting to look at if Wojtek Ludwig perhaps could pick up Luca Dalla Valle 6 minutes. And he's not that far from Wojtek Stransky and Jonas Maiselis at the moment. So interesting. Bartosz Niebieski came into the finish now, 118 minutes, 6 minutes behind Jussi Laurila at the 7th position. So a new best Polish athlete there. So Wojtek Stransky going into the 20th control. And Wojtek Ludwig in not having any difficulties to that control. There we had Ignas Ambrasas in the finish. A new second position for him, just ahead of Silas Hots from Switzerland. 2:47 behind Jussi Laurila. So it won't be as good as yesterday for Ignas, but still a good race from him. Probably gonna end up in the top 10 position. And we are waiting for... It's interesting to see, since 𝐄𝐐𝐔 𝐈𝐏 were quite far behind at the TV control and turned that around. It means we should not count out those who were a bit behind at the TV control either. So next one to finish, we have 𝐼𝐿 110 minutes he has been out there. Has around 2 minutes to beat 𝐄𝐐𝐔 𝐈𝐏, but at the GPS it looked like jan were ahead of Ignace Brazas, but perhaps not 3 minutes. So we will see. Jonas Meiselis taking the same route choice as Wojciech Ludwig, and then we have Wojtek Stransky and Luca Dalla Valle climbing up in the ranks here. I think Luca Dalla Valle is having a great race, and we are looking, of course, we have runners who we cannot see in the GPS, just like we saw silver medalist at the ladies class, Martina Tiszowska. So there can be more people between Wojtek Ludwig and Jonas Meiselis. We're not certain. We are just waiting to the finish to see. But Jan Hašek should really be closing up on the finish line. Behind Jan Hašek, we had Jonatas Itautas Gvildis. And a good start we also had from Teemu Kaksonen, starting 9 minutes behind Jan Hašek. So we see that Jan Hašek is behind Luca Dalla Valle and is around Florian Schneider, actually. So that we should see, because Florin is 5th at the finish. And then we see Ignace Brazas. Ignace has actually passed Florin Schneider in the end. So we will see, but Jan Hašek still looking like he is ahead of him. Taking the same route choices. And to the 22nd, I think they continue and passing the 6th control and come from the behind into that control. So important to find the right route choice and just try to pedal on as much as you got in your legs. So Jonas Meiselis, Wojtek Stransky having really good races out there, and Jonas Meiselis still being ahead of him there, but they have still around 20 minutes out in the forest before they should end up on the finish line. Jan Hašek, his time for 𝐄𝐐𝐔 𝐈𝐏 has gone out. He will not take the lead from him. Teemu Kaksonen, we get to see the finish. Teemu Kaksonen starting, as I said, 9 minutes behind Jan Hašek. He is there up at Wojtek Stransky. And we know also Samuel Pökala, Krzysztof Bogar, Andre Haga, they probably want to do something with this in the end. But Teemu Kaksonen is also in the medal discussions. Could it be Jan Hašek on his way? Tommi Nykänen first. You see that was an Estonian. Here we have Tommi Nykänen into the finish. 4:42 behind. So behind his teammate 4:42. You should see. No puking for Tommi today. Just a bit tired, trying to get some air, grasping for air. And then we have Jan Hašek behind him there. The Czech Jan Hašek going in at the 2nd position then, I think, around 2 minutes behind 𝐄𝐐𝐔 𝐈𝐏. So you get a handshake there. Probably they have seen each other and helped something in the forest. Or just, good job, we got it through. Jan Hašek showing some of the Czech leaders a bit, it was okay, not perfect. But a good race from him coming in here at the 2nd position at the moment. 1:40 behind 𝐄𝐐𝐔 𝐈𝐏. So he has ventilated his lungs really hard today, Jan Hašek. Taking the GPS from him and then just reading out his controls. Costing himself with a little smile there. Second there. Here we get to see someone changing the map. Krzysztof Bogar trying to change the map in high speed, losing the map, losing seconds there. And here we have some of the Swedish, but Krzysztof Bogar is more interesting. Krzysztof Bogar turning around 64.29. We know that you should see he had around 60 minutes, so he is around 4 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig, but I still think Krzysztof Bogar is in the medal fight here because he is then around 3 minutes ahead of Jan Hašek. Krzysztof Bogar making a small mistake there, trying to change his map or turn around his map with high speed, losing it and having to turn around. Interesting to see how he can continue, if he gets stressed of it or if he find his way soon correctly to the control directly after the map change. 19.9 kilometers, 26.3 kilometers he have done now and is having some kilometers left on this race. We see Wojtek Ludwig, and then we see Jonas Maiselis and Teemu Kaksonen looking at those three in the top at the moment. And as I said, they continue through the 6th control to this 22nd control. That's the route choice to take. Filip Radil, Jiri Radil, who was 10th yesterday, also having a good race in that group with Jan Hašek, Luca Dalla Valle, Florin Schneider, Ignas Ambrasas, Wojtek Stransky. I think his GPS has stopped there. He is around Teemu Kaksonen, I think, and Armel Berthaud down there. But as we just saw, lost order, Krzysztof Bogar, he was just at the arena, so he has not been to these controls yet. That's why we don't see Krzysztof Bogar yet. So he is definitely in the fight for the medals, because Wojtek Ludwig being 4 minutes behind him at the arena passage, that is sounds like a lot of time. It is a lot of time, but for the medals, it's not a lot of time, I think. So Wojtek Ludwig just crushing those other athletes out there. And as I said yesterday, Wojtek Ludwig coming with the head cam, putting it up on his YouTube channel. So if you want to follow the mountain bike orienteering community a bit closer, you can check out his YouTube channel. You get to see his races and also a bit more funny discussions with the other athletes out there, how they have had it, and probably not being able to put it up this week, focusing on these races, but doing it some weeks behind. On his way to the 25th control at the moment. And Jonas Maiselis ahead of Teemu Kaksonen. And they are doing almost the same route choice as the entire group. So no big differences there. So we are just waiting for Andre Haga, Samuel Pökkala, Krzysztof Bogar. We are not really certain where they are in the group. Looking at Jonas Vitautas-Gvildis, we see him in the group there with Armel Berthaud, but he is too far behind. He has lost some time in the end. And then behind him, Andrian Jaggi started, and then Teemu Kaksonen. So Teemu Kaksonen should quite soon be coming towards the finish line. He has less than 2 minutes to beat Jussi Laurila, and when we see Teemu Kaksonen coming to the finish, we will be knowing a bit where Jussi Laurila could be in this graphic scene, since his GPS have not worked. Teemu Kaksonen the next really interesting starter coming towards the finish. So he has been out in 110 minutes and 45 seconds. That means he has 1 minute and 10 seconds to try and beat Jussi Laurila, his teammate from Finland. I think the race from Jussi Laurila is definitely gonna put him up higher than yesterday. Here we see number 41. That could be Jonas Vitautas-Gvildis. Yes, he will be around 5 minutes behind Jussi Laurila. And he is then gonna beat Paul Debré and coming into the 9th position. Jonas Vitautas-Gvildis, Lithuania, coming there. Just biking through this lane. Looking a bit disappointed. But behind him, we had Adrian Jaggi. And here, could it be Teemu Kaksonen, who has caught up? Yes, Teemu Kaksonen. And I think it will be a new leader for Teemu Kaksonen. This could be a fight about the medals. Teemu Kaksonen coming in, taking the lead 19 seconds ahead of Jussi Laurila. And he had with him Adrian Jaggi coming in to also a good time. I think he was 4th there. Teemu Kaksonen, now new leader in the finish. So then we know Jussi Laurila was really close to him in the GPS. That means Jonas Maiselis, the Lithuanian, is still ahead of those of Jussi Laurila also. So looking good for Jonas Maiselis. So we are waiting and seeing. It's reading out there. Teemu Kaksonen, 4th yesterday. Could it be better today? It was just 2 seconds to the medal. And Teemu Kaksonen, he were 2:43 behind Wojciech Ludwig at the TV control. And he were actually 1:15 ahead of Jussi Laurila. So he has lost 1 minute on Jussi Laurila in the end of this race. And we know Andreas Waldman started 6 minutes behind Teemu Kaksonen. He had a really, really great start. Could it be Jakob Skoda that we see there? He was planning to race today, but looks like he's having his hands full with something else. And we are waiting Andreas Waldman, the Austrian. He has 4 minutes. Could it be Andreas Waldman coming already? Yes, the Austrian Andreas Waldman. This is a new best time by far. More than 4 minutes. Andreas Waldman from Austria. They are cheering hard for him. Could this be a medal for Andreas Waldman? Coming in, taking the lead with more than 4 minutes ahead of Teemu Kaksonen. 4:05. What a finish. Almost doing a bit of a jump there over the finish line. Andreas Waldman. That's a great ending, and it was just 40 seconds between them at the TV control. More than 3 minutes he has set between himself and Teemu Kaksonen. And I think he has Jiri Radil with him to the finish there. Could that be? Yes, so that's a new second best time in the finish. But Andreas Waldman, the Austrian, this will be very interesting to see. He's a control engineer at Austrian Institute of Technology. And of course he likes mountain biking. That's his thing. And he looks really happy. Yeah, he's really happy. That's something you want to see. He was 6th at World Championship long distance last year. And this could be really good. Jiri Radil looking at... could have missed some control. I'm not certain. Looking at the screen. Maybe he just wanted to see. Ah, they are happy. So I think he is at the 2nd position now.
No, it was possible. I couldn't drop you. I had the last part. Oh.
I think Andreas Waldman is getting his hopes up of something really big for him. Yeah, you see Jiri Radil. He's 2nd now at the finish, and Teemu Kaksonen 4th. Andreas Waldman, and we know Wojtek Stransky started 6 minutes behind him. Just clenching his fist, Andreas Waldman. This is a great race for me. And we know he were, comparing to Wojtek Stransky, he were actually 1 minute ahead of him at the TV control. So, you see the guys here, sitting on their bikes, the Finnish team, looking, what could we have done? I think these are some of the younger athletes, filling up with some new water and some fuel. here we get to see again 𝐃𝐒 and we know 𝐃𝐒 is then 4 minutes behind Andreas Waldmann. Wojtek Ludwig is definitely a lot of minutes behind before him, but it's hard to say how many. And looking there, and we know, you see 𝐃𝐒 is ahead of Radil there, and 𝐃𝐒 is 1 minute behind him in the finish. So they had probably really high speed, Andreas Waldmann and Jiri Radil, when they came together in the end. And we are not seeing those last starters, André Haga, Samuel Pukkele, Krzysztof Bogar. Wojtek Ludwig have taken the 27th control and should go the long leg to 28th, continuing through the control and probably going to the right now. A long route choice there. Yes, and they have 31 controls, so he is on his last really long leg now. Really important to focus for Wojtek Ludwig this last part of the race. So Andreas Waldmann perhaps looking for his first individual medal. I think that is he has been first at the World Cup, but I don't think he has an individual medal at European or World Championship. So he was really excited for his race. We'll just be waiting to see how that goes. Get to see here the GPS from the group, but it's quite clear gap between 𝐃𝐒 and Jiri Radil, and it has turned around to the finish. Can it be this route choice that 𝐃𝐒 is doing a bit more straight to this 26 control? Yeah, Jiri Radil going out to the right, and the bigger paths a bit more round, and you see Wojtek Ludwig. He's going on the other side of the big marsh and the lakes, the small lakes that we see. I think 𝐃𝐒's route choice here made him lose quite a lot of time. Wojtek Stransky behind Jiri Radil, so Wojtek Stransky won't be any issue for Andreas Waldmann. Looking at his time now, he has been out in 106 minutes, and he will probably be to the finish in some 4 or 5 minutes. And Wojtek Ludwig has been out in 92 minutes, so he has 15 minutes on him to get to the finish. Jonas Maiselis started 3 minutes behind Wojtek Stransky, and we know he were ahead of Stransky and Jiri Radil earlier. So interesting to see Jonas Maiselis, the Lithuanian, fighting for the medals in this long distance. It's very interesting when you're an athlete being out like in 2 hours and often like not knowing anything. How is this going? I could be 10th, I could be 1st. And it's important to just try and keep your head at the correct place. Just look at the map and work with what you are working with and always give it all. So in the finish, as I said, Wojtek Stransky, his time for Andreas Waldmann, it has gone out. Jeremy Pour from France, and I think his time is also out towards Andreas Waldmann. So next one to threaten Andreas Waldmann from Austria is Jonas Maiselis from Lithuania. See here, the athletes also work as photographers. Here we get to see Wojtek Stransky. He is ahead of 𝐃𝐒 in the end, but could it be enough to beat Jiri Radil? So Wojtek Stransky going a battle towards his teammate Jiri Radil. Not certain if the time will be on his side. It depends on his ending here. And we see Florin Schneider a bit up there. He did a mistake there, losing time. And that was why he lost Armel Berthaud ahead of him. And Jussi Lauriland not turning around at the 28th control, continuing through it. A bit longer, did not have to stop and get new speed. So Wojtek Stransky next, very interesting, and Jonas Maiselis should be somewhere there also. So could Wojtek Stransky take a new second place in the end, in the finish? 3:06 behind Andreas Waldmann is Jiri Radil's official time. And it looks like Waldmann's purple GPS tracking is 3 minutes, and Stransky is just some seconds behind there. So it's very much a fight for Wojtek Stransky, trying to take those seconds in the end. And Wojtek Ludwig, 95 minutes, so he has still 12 minutes to come. So Wojtek Stransky, Jonas Maiselis, then we have Martin Kanta, Luca Dalla Valle. We saw him has been catched up by Wojtek Ludwig probably. So we will see how that goes. But we are probably waiting for number 14 from Czech Republic soon. Wojtek Stransky to the finish. And then interesting to see Jonas Maiselis looked like he were around a minute ahead of Wojtek Stransky in the terrain. But I think it means that he won't be able to do something about Andreas Waldmann. We will see if Jonas Maiselis has caught up. So Lithuanian or Czech Republic. Wojtek Stransky, you see the time has already gone out. Yeah, there is Jonas Maiselis and Wojtek Stransky. So Jonas Maiselis is ahead of him, I think, the Lithuanian. And we see at least Wojtek Stransky 3:20. And I think it's Jonas Maiselis just ahead of him, 43. Yes, Jonas Maiselis going in at the new second best time. So he is 30 seconds behind Andreas Waldmann. And Wojtek Stransky then directly being pushed down to 4th position. So Andreas Waldmann around 30 seconds ahead of Jonas Maiselis. Jonas Maiselis done a really good ending. And then Jiri Radil on the 3rd position. And then Wojtek Stransky 4th position at the moment. So Jonas Maiselis, that is also possibility for a medal for Jonas Maiselis. And 30 seconds up to Andreas Waldmann. And Jonas Maiselis also looking for his first individual medal as a senior. He was 4th at the long distance at the World Championship 2014. Could it be Jonas Maiselis, Lithuania? We did have 2 Lithuanian medals yesterday, and this could be the one that we are trying to get for Lithuania today, because at the women's race they were 5th and 6th today, and doesn't have. So Jonas Maiselis looking at that, wondering if he could have done something for the Austrian Andreas Waldmann, those 30 seconds perhaps. But it's a great race for Jonas Maiselis. Looking a bit disappointed, maybe has done some small mistake in the last part. But we just have to wait and see.
Just behind the teammate, 20 seconds behind Jiri Radil, and that was Jonas Maiselis.
Yeah, 107.45. It means he's 26 seconds behind Andreas Waldmann. So, of course, if you're out in 2 hours, you can find, or almost 2 hours, I would say, you can find 20 seconds. But it's not so easy. That's a great race for Jonas Maiselis, ranked number 13 in the world. So, he can just sit and wait. We know Wojtek Ludwig has a great race ongoing. And then we are waiting. We'll see Luca Dalla Valle, Andre Haga, Samuel Pökälä, and Krzysztof Bogar. Wondering what could this go. The Lithuanian crew looking at the map, discussing what could have done better. Jonas Maisel is probably quite tired also, sitting there. We see Gabriele Androsinene being there discussing with him. But it's like a bittersweet feeling. I think he's wondering, will this be enough for a medal, or has I done something in the end that I could have lost it? So Andreas Waldman just ahead of Jonas Maiselis in the end, just now. Wojtek Ludwig has soon been out in 100 minutes. So still having 7 minutes to beat Andreas Waldman. And it means that Martin Kanta, he has been out too long to do something for Andreas Waldman and Jonas Maiselis. And Luca Dalla Valle having still some minutes to do something, but I think he is too far behind. Jeremy Poix sitting there talking with the French team, having some kind of interview. Can this be TikTok? You never know in these days of social media. Trying to fill up. Looks like he has given it all out there. Jeremy is currently at the 8th position, 6:55 behind Andreas Waldman. So we are waiting. See here the Lithuanian crew still looking at the map, wondering, did I lose some time? It means that even though we have looked and seen that the athletes have done quite many similar route choosing, there has been difficulties out there and small micro route choice that makes up seconds in the end. So here we get to see the GPS again. Samuel Pökkälä, he is ahead of Teemu Kaksonen. But is it 3 minutes? I'm not certain. I don't think that. I think Samuel Pökkälä is perhaps a bit behind. Wojtek Ludwig definitely in a big lead. And Samuel Pökkälä ahead of Teemu Kaksonen. We know Teemu Kaksonen lost time to the 26th control. So he is in the medal fight. Yesterday's gold medalist, but it won't be a gold for Samuel today. So there we gotta stop. Probably is around somewhere there in reality. So we should see who should be the next. We are waiting for Martin Kanta, Luca Dalla Valle, Teemu Kaksonen there losing clearly. That was where Jiri Radil passed him. So you see, I think Samuel Pökkälä is somewhere around 2-3 minutes ahead of Teemu Kaksonen, and that means he is fighting for Andreas Waldman, Jonas Maiselis. We get to see some of the ladies coming. Be a younger one also. And Wojtek Ludwig, he has 4.5 minutes, and we get to see his clock. Is he already on the way towards the finish? The blue and white check dress. We have had Martin Kanta into the finish at new 5th best time also. But this is more interesting because this will probably be the European champion today, Wojtek Ludwig. And we know he was 4 minutes ahead of Krzysztof Bogar at the arena passage. So interesting to see, comparing him to Andreas Waldman and Jonas Maiselis, how Krzysztof Bogar can stand. We are still waiting. Probably we have seen on his GPS that he is not far away from the finish. He won long distance world champion last year, and he won the longest race at European Championship, the Mastart, last year. He No, actually he was third there. But Wojtek Ludwig, he really likes the long distance. And he is a great. He won the world champion mass start last year also. So he is used to being on the top, Wojtek Ludwig. And we will see when he is coming. The clock is ticking and it's looking better and better for Andreas Waldman and Jonas Maiselius. There we have him, Wojtek Ludwig. He is coming here towards the finish. He's gonna take a big lead. And I think this is the European gold medalist today at the long distance in Poland, Ostrava. 3 minutes, he's gonna take a big lead. And going in under the finish line there, finish 3:07 ahead of Andreas Waldman from Austria. So Wojtek Ludwig, Czech Republic, taking a big lead. And I think this is the master for today, this champion. We have Fabiano Bettega, he is too far behind. Andre Haga, Samuel Pökkälä is too far behind. Krzysztof Bogar is too far behind. I think there is no one who's gonna be able to do something from Wojtek today. That is a great race for him. But very interesting to see the hard start that he did. He had 2 minutes down to Andreas Waldman already after 29 minutes. He has left them with 1 minute more, but it was the rocket start. He just gave them all a sucker punch and left them definitely behind from the start. So Wojtek Ludwig, great race. We have not seen any difficulties from him, either with the power in his legs or the route choosing. I think that's a perfect race from him. And it means Luca Dalla Valle was not in here with him into the finish, so he is too far behind. It means that Kari Kaskinen from Finland is too far behind to do something for the medals. Fabiano Bettega from Italy, I think he was too far behind already at the TV control. See one of the legs already almost over the entire map holder that they have there. Discussion with the team leaders and friends from the Czech national team. I'm not so good at Czech, so I'm not certain if they are saying he did everything right, but I think looking at the time, that's the answer they come up with. Trying to look at the times. How can this stand? Samuel Pökkälä, he has been out in 95 minutes. Andre Haga, yesterday's bronze medalist, he has 3 minutes to try to do something for Wojtek Ludwig. And it means he has 6 minutes to do something for the Austrian, Andreas Waldman. And we know that Krzysztof Bogar, he were 4 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig at the arena passage. Which means he has to do something to try and catch up time on Andreas Waldman and Jonas Maiselius also. So Krzysztof Bogar not in the best position. I think Samuel Pökkälä is somewhere around those. Andreas Waldman, Jonas Maiselius maybe some seconds behind at the 25th control as we saw, but they have some more controls to work with. We are looking Andre Haga. Could he already be on his way? He has 2 minutes to go. We should see if he can do something for Wojtek Ludwig. Andre Haga, he were 140 behind at the TV control. So we will see. We have not seen any mistakes from Wojtek Ludwig. That's Luca Dalla Valle coming from Italy. He started 6 minutes ahead of Wojtek Ludwig, so he should be around maybe position 8, 9, somewhere there. Actually, the time has gone even more, coming towards the 13th position. Luca Dalla Valle, he were up really high and lost his pace in the end. 10:43 behind Wojtek Ludwig. Looking a bit disappointed. Starting behind him was Kari Kaskinen. And then Wojtek Ludwig, who has passed him and into the finish earlier. So Andre Haga just now having 1 minute towards Wojtek Ludwig if he wants to do something for the gold medal. Luca Dalla Valle checking the times. And we also have Kari Kaskinen on his way. So number 21, Andre Haga. We are waiting for him. The blue and white Finnish dress. Looks like he will be too late to do something for the gold medal. But he still has a lot of time to come into the second position in the finish. More than 3 minutes to beat Andreas Waldman at the moment. Which means Kari Kaskinen, he is too far behind. He is passed. And Fabiano Bettega won't have anything with the medals today from Italy. Which means Andreas Waldman could be knocked out by 4 racers. Andre Haga, Lauri Malmsros, Samuel Pökele, and Christoph Bogar. And we know Lauri Malmsros, he was caught up by Samuel Pökele already at the TV control. So I think it's only 3 racers that can do something about Andreas Waldman's first individual medal. Jonas Maiselis probably a bit more nervous what these Finnish Andre Haga and Samuel Pökele can do, and also, of course, Christoph Bogar. So the clock is ticking, and no Finnish athlete as far as the eye can see. Andre Haga, he has a lot of medals. He took the silver at the mass start at World Championship last year. He took the bronze at the middle distance in Falun 2022. And he also have a bronze from European Championship middle distance last year. So he is used to the medals. He also took the bronze yesterday. But it's starting to get tight for him for the medals today. Still having a bit more than 1 minute. And then we know Jonas Maiselis is 26 seconds behind Andreas Waldman. So I was talking yesterday about the Czech men not being a bit of a disappointment, I think. And I think Wojtek Ludwig maybe heard me, and he wanted to show something else. But looking at that, you see 4th, 5th, 6th. So the Czech guys are having a better day. But we will see if there can be more medals to them, except for Wojtek Ludwig's gold. Andre Haga's time towards Andreas Waldman is ticking out. He won't be able to beat the Austrian. So the Austrian will still stay on second position after Andre Haga. It means I think it's only Samuel Pökele and Christoph Bogar who can do something about his medals. Andre Haga, we should see for Jonas Maiselis. As I said, it's tight. That also. Just 26 seconds And I think he won't be able to do something for Jonas Marselius either. And here we see the next generation already working with the bikes. That's how it should look like. So Jonas Marselius is still at the bronze position. The hope and dreams for Lithuanian medals are still alive. And know that Samuel Pokkola, yesterday's gold medalist, he started 6 minutes behind Andre Haga, so he has still well about time to come before these athletes. And Krzysztof Bogar. I know exactly the feeling of standing like this and waiting. How far can this be? And I know, like Jonas Marselius at the bronze medal position at the moment, thinking like, he would probably beat me, and he will probably beat me. And then the clock goes. Andre Haga, he didn't beat me. And it's like you don't want to hope too much, but still, it's the dream you're working for, getting into the individual medals. And I think the Lithuanian crew, just as the Austrian crew, they are really like excited, hoping for their athletes. They know how hard they are working, and that first individual medal is really something to take on. That's a Finnish athlete, and that's Andre Haga coming towards the finish. A new 4th best time, Andre Haga. He is just some minutes too late for the medals. He is gonna be less than 6 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig, and coming into the 4th position there. 5.5 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig, Andre Haga. Then he has lost 4 minutes from the TV passage. Comparing that to Andreas Waldman, who only lost 1 minute. So it means he has had some difficulties in the end, Andre Haga. But still a great race for Andre Haga. So he is out. And there we had also Fabiano Bettega from Italy into the finish, who was caught up 3 minutes by Andre Haga. And as I said, the Italian, who crushed it at the last World Cup round, the 3rd World Cup round long distance last year, taking the victory with more than 8 minutes ahead of Wojtek Ludwig. It's not his day today. He will go home and try to reload for tomorrow's middle distance. So it can be a really good Austrian day, because Hannes Nilika has won the Junior World Championship, and Andreas Waldman looking maybe at a medal. And we see here Samuel Pökkelä comparing to Andreas Waldman, and he is right behind him. Andreas making a shortcut there. Oh, this is tight, and we know Jonas Marselius is only 26 seconds behind Andreas Waldman. And how many seconds could be between these two athletes? I'm not certain. Samuel Pökkelä definitely looking like he is behind Andreas Waldman at the moment, but going really hard. Oh, I think that Jonas Marselius' medal might be running away from him. Samuel Pökkelä, Andreas Waldman, who will be the first out of those two names. Yesterday's gold medalist, comparing to the Austrian, who's never had an individual medal, the European Championship. Looks like Samuel Pökkelä may be ending this race a bit stronger than Andreas Waldman. But we will wait and see. The clock for Samuel is at 106 minutes. He has 1.5 minutes to beat Andreas Waldman. 1.5 minutes to come in under the finish line. And they look neck by neck here. And I think the Finnish team leaders are standing at the last control as far as you can go. And just being able to shout, trying to get Samuel Pökkelä towards his 2nd medal this championship. It won't be a gold today, but it can most definitely be a silver if he finishes the races as he can. You see, it's very hard to say from the GPS. It just goes front and back and forward between those two racers. Andreas Waldman, Samuel Pökkele, who will be the second position in the finish at the moment. And we only have Krzysztof Bogar. So the one who is first out of those two, they will have a medal. And if we will see if it's the silver or the bronze. Doing the shortcut there, Andreas Waldman. And not certain how Samuel Pökkele going. Samuel Pökkele, the blue and white. He has just... Looks like he has 15 seconds on him. I think the clock is ticking out on him. I think Andreas Waldman will have his first individual European Championship medal. Yes, Samuel Pökkele, he is too late. And how does it look towards Jonas Maiselis? The blue and white, I hear some shouting. And I think Samuel Pökkele is on the way. He's fighting for a medal. He's coming here. Yes, Samuel Pökkele. Can he take Jonas Maiselis? I think he will be ahead of him. Pushing the Lithuanian down to the 4th position. 3:29, 3:30. Has 9 seconds to go. Samuel Pökkele coming there over the finish line. And it's a new 3rd best time for Samuel Pökkele. The Finn. 3:36 behind Wojtek Ludwig. And just 3 seconds ahead of Jonas Maiselis. And one man's dream. One man's crushed dream, I would say. Jonas Maiselis just being outside the podium. The medal podium. 3 seconds. We are still waiting for Krzysztof Bogar, of course, but at the moment we only have one racer left. Yesterday's gold medalist Samuel Pökkele will wait 3 minutes to see if it's a bronze medal or it's a 4th place today. But Andreas Waldman from Austria taking his first individual medal. That is truly astonishing. You see here, he got some more seconds. It's important to see if Krzysztof Bogar comes close. They can be a bit behind. So actually 8 seconds between Jonas Maiselis and Samuel Pökkele. Still quite close, I would say, after 107 minutes race time.
1 hour 47 minutes 37 seconds. 8 seconds he's in front of Jonas Maiselis. So Lithuanian Jonas Maiselis second.
But what a race. Looking at that tight split here in the end. And Krzysztof Bogar is the only one. Krzysztof Bogar from Czech Republic who can do anything towards the medals here. Samuel Pökkele trying to fill up with some water. Krzysztof Bogar, Czech Republic. Can he be here already? No, it's not Krzysztof Bogar, it's Kari Kaskinen coming. The Finnish Kari Kaskinen, 20 minutes behind at place number 31, just ahead of Regimantas Kavaliauskas. I was getting a bit too excited there. Krzysztof Bogar. We are waiting and seeing. He has, at the moment, been out in 106 minutes. So if he wants something to do with the medals, we have to see him quite soon. About a minute on his way towards Samuel Pökkele's bronze medal at the moment. And of course, Andreas Waldman's silver medal. 107.19. Krzysztof Bogar, he is definitely behind. We have the medal podium. It's finished there. We have the victory, the gold. It goes to Czech Republic, Wojtek Ludwig. And he will win this race 3 minutes and 13 seconds ahead of Austrian Andreas Waldman, who we saw were so happy coming into the finish. Already there, starting to think, maybe this can be my first individual medal. And it was. And at the 3rd place from Finland, Samuel Pökkele, just 3:31, 18 seconds behind Andreas Waldman and 8 seconds ahead of Lithuanian Jonas Maiselis at 4th position. Krzysztof Bogar looking like he is around 3 minutes behind Andreas Waldman. Will probably be somewhere around, like yesterday, 6th, 7th position with his Czech teammates Jiří Radil, Wojtek Stransky, somewhere there. But there won't be any medal home to Krzysztof Bogar today.
Remember the flower ceremony will start in 4 or 5 minutes time.
So Krzysztof Bogar going into the 29th control. And looking like having no issues there. But the time is out for the medals. looked like he had lost a bit too much time in between TV1 and the arena passage. So probably had some difficulties with the route choosing, or just missing a path and doing a mistake. That's the big difficulty in mountain bike orienteering. You see how fast they are, and just being able to read the map and see every small path going in and count that home so you come to the correctly control. And here we have from Estonia, that's Lauri Malsros coming in towards the probably behind Armel Bertot. We should wait and see the seconds. We know it can change some seconds, so somewhere around 18th or 19th position, and we know Krzysztof Bogar will be ahead. The last starter, Krzysztof Bogar, coming towards the finish quite soon. So the only one who will be able to do something about the top 10, Krzysztof Bogar, on his way to the second last and last control for this long distance, before we start to focus on tomorrow's middle distance. Back clock we should not rely on. Here we see Krzysztof Bogar coming there. Yes, Jiri Radil's time for the 6th position. Krzysztof Bogar, I'm not certain if he will be able to make that. I think he will probably be some seconds behind, seeing if maybe the time is lacking some. Coming in as it looks like on 7th position today, Krzysztof Bogar, 6:23 behind his teammate from Czech Republic, Wojtek Ludwig. And that is the men's race also. So Wojtek Ludwig, Andreas Waldman, Samuel Pökele. That's the medalists today. And Krzysztof Bogar has lost 2 more minutes on this last loop, not having the same pace as Wojtek Ludwig today. We saw he lost his map at the map change, or when you turn around the map. He's having a readout, actually 6th position, just 2 seconds ahead of Jiri Radil. So the Czech guys, 1st, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9. That's a good team results. But of course, for a guy like Krzysztof Bogar, he wants the medals. Checking how this has gone. So still no medals for Krzysztof Bogar. We will see how it goes tomorrow at the middle distance. And here we have the results. Wojtek Ludwig, European champion at long distance, 3:13 ahead of Austrian Andreas Waldman, claiming his first individual medal. And 3rd, yesterday's gold medalist, Samuel Pökele. The bronze goes to Finland. Jonas Maiselis, Lithuania, 4th. Andrea Haga, 5th. Krzysztof Bogar, 6th. And then the Czech Mafia comes 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Jiri Radil, Wojtek Stransky, Martin Kanta, and Teemu Kaksonen from Finland coming in at the 10th place. But you see Wojtek Ludwig winning with more than 3 minutes. It's impressive. Jussi Laurila, Fabiano Bettega, Jan Hasek. Yesterday's silver medalist, Ignas Ambrasa at 16th position. We saw Luki Dallavalle at 17th. He had probably the back of Wojtek Ludwig for a while, but did not have the power. Armel Bertot, so early starter, having the lead for a long, long while. 20th position today. And then we have Flynn Schneider and Noah Rieder, and we have the first Polish, Bartosz Niebelski at 26th position, and Oliver Fries, the Danish, 29th. So we are now at times 11 to 16 minutes behind Wojtek Ludwig for these guys. First Latvian, Andris Sarksna, plays 31. Yesterday's Pierre Martinez, who was so fast at the beginning yesterday's race, he's 32nd. Stanimir Belmarchev is 35th, losing the Skio fight with the Regimantas Kavaliauskas. And we have the Swedes here. Oskar Johansson plays 47. And so this is the guys that has been out there fighting at the European Champs and also CX80 World Cup, this second race of this week. See also the Irish Niall McCarty in the finish there, 59th. But what a race. Looking at the women, looking back there, Denmark, Nicolene Splittorff taking her second gold this week, 2:57 ahead of Czech Martina Tiszowska and Ruska Sarla, getting her medal just barely 14 seconds ahead of Ursina Jägi from Switzerland. Gabriele Andresiniene with a quite lousy start, picking herself up just 20 seconds from the bronze medal. Cecilie Kristoffersen losing a bit pace in the end. Algirda Michkuvene 7th, Elvira Larsson 8th, Ingrid Stengard and Antonia Haga, they were 9th and 10th in the women's class. But Nicolene Splittorff still working for all 4 gold medals this week. Gabriela Gustafsson from Sweden took the 11th position. Camilla Sögaard having a slightly better day today, 12th position. Constance Devier, yesterday's bronze medalist from France, 13th position. Celine Wellenreiter, we saw her hugging her teammate in the end, hoping Ursina Jägi could get a medal, and it was the 4th today. Marika Hara, 15th. Lorin Meyers, 16th. Valerie Kemerirova from Czech Republic. Then we have Rosalie Kucharova, Henna Saarinen, Anna Kaminska, the first Polish athlete today, at 20th position. And we see that Silja Ileitanen, number 24, lost a bit in the end. And also we have Luci Nedemlelova at 21st position. So that are the best ladies in this long distance. Anna Kachuk from Poland, 32nd. Miren Arina Anduesa, 36th. She was really good in the beginning of this course, having some big issues. Perhaps there could be something with the bike there. So that is the long distance day, and we had the sprint yesterday, and we had the long distance. You see here in the background, they are getting the medals for the European Championships today. So and then it's just home and try to reload all their powers for tomorrow's middle distance. Also, the broadcast from IOF is gonna start 10 o'clock. So the same time as the sprint and long distance. 9:30 actually, I'm sorry, to 12:10. So that's the middle distance, and we will see who will be the first one at the podium after that race. Thank you for watching today, and I hope you have enjoyed it as much as me, this really tight competitions between the medals, and a big congratulations to all the medalists. Thank you for today, and we will hear tomorrow.
Thank you. And now the time to see top 3.